last we left off with the Disaster Brigade, it was just their fucking luck. 100 years. God, that's a bitch. Some people are dead, that's for sure. Others aren't, and that's almost worse. They have to deal with this now. They're in a place that should be home and isn't. They're nearly out of funds. They're running on empty, and they're out of time. But can they get it back? Can they find a way to make this place just as much home as the one they knew? But tragedy is a tragedy, and especially for the young, sometimes it takes a little while for them to bounce back. And then still couldn't find better music than this, but there just really isn't that much in the way of like music options.
Yeah.
Oh, 20.
I did look though. I tried to see what I could find in Mardi Gras, and it wasn't having it. So, okay, doke.
Yeah, while Noemi and Arianti do stuff, I'm probably gonna be called for dinner soon too, so it works out that way.
Yeah, that's fine. So you guys can go ahead and RP that scene. Let me go ahead and find that image of the festival, because that's still what's going on, is you guys are in the middle of the festival. But yeah, so that's the scene that you guys are still in. And take it away. No, Arianti, you shoved downstairs. It's crowded. It's full of people. They're all singing and happy, and their faces just kind of blur.
Arianti runs past the crowd and jumps on a stool and slaps her hands against the cupboard and screams, "Innkeeper! What year is it?"
Noemi runs up behind her. She's just like,
The big burly golden dragonborn kind of staggers over to you and goes, "First, small gnome girl, I am Roland."
Roland, I'm sorry. I just need to know what year is it right now?
The best year! And then the whole crowd behind you cheers.
It doesn't help me at all.
Roland, listen to me. She holds up a gold coin. Listen to me.
He has you have his undivided attention.
I need to know what fucking year it is. I'm not talking about how good a time you're. I need to know the year and the date.
Well, it's Friday. And he tells you guys the year and the date.
She pats Arianti. It's okay.
It's mid-spring.
Okay.
Or actually, no, I decided it was fall. Sorry. It's fall. So you guys are like, this is like towards where you guys would have associated the Harvest Festival.
Okay.
But yeah, that's kind of what's going on.
Got any more?
It's fall. He tells you the date and the year. It's 100 years from when you died.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't have. I'm sorry. I haven't come up with a calendar system for you guys.
It's
so
okay. I get it. No one flips the coin towards him. Thank you.
Yeah.
Arianti's in a bit of a daze, just repeating no, puts her hands on her head, and is just like wide-eyed and shaking a little and like, no, how is this possible? No, 100 years?
Noemi hugs her.
100 years?
Hey.
No, my mom. 100 years.
Thanks, Poison.
You're not worried me for 100 years. She's gonna think I died. Oh, I did die.
Kid! Oh, jeez. Calm down. Alright? I understand. It's a lot to take in, okay? Believe me, I fucking understand. So does Callie. fuck? Callie just lost everything. Alright?
She did?
But, hell yeah. Do you know how long humans live? They don't live very long. They don't live very long. Granted, we don't live as long as an elf does, but as long as fucking Vero's gonna live, but you know what I mean. Okay? I have family who I've been away from for such a fucking long time. I don't know where they are anymore. You're not the only one that's affected by this, but you're not alone. Okay?
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
She hugs Noemi and cries against her.
Aww. Naomi's like, she hugs back.
I think I just need some time.
Yeah, we all do. Take your time.
Okay, and I think they head back upstairs after that.
Small violin music. Yeah, so you guys head back upstairs. It proceeds to be some shit-faced. Noemi confesses to the life she led before you guys. And you guys have the... Well, actually, whoever is drinking, for whoever's participating in the morning event, go ahead and roll me constitution checks. Let's see how drunk you are.
What are we rolling?
Constitution.
Yeah, they're con
but
saves.
it's nice.
D20.
It's
It's
D20.
20
Okay,
constitution.
so we're just doing 20.
Hang on.
20, there's my 20. Been a while, babe.
Oh, I have way too many dice now. Oh my gosh.
Where is my...
Oh my god, that's 20!
Nice.
Damn, Miss fucking high bottle.
Okay,
Alright.
Color me surprised.
By morning event, do you mean like the first half of the session?
Yeah,
Constitution
whoever's
as well.
waking up for whoever's doing any of the morning
Oh, I
stuff.
can't... Okay,
is
so I
just
have a
saving-
fuzzy... I have a
saving
fuzzy
throw, right?
blanket. I have a fuzzy blanket. I need to get like a hard surface, and I can't tell if it landed on an 18 or a 2.
Is
Like,
it
it
a check?
landed on an angle. Help!
Reroll.
It's cocked, so reroll it. Is it a just a check or a saving throw?
Save. It's a saving throw.
Okay,
the-
that's
Okay.
totally different for me.
It's a 4!
for the
4 plus 1, 5.
Was it a con check would have been for you guys drinking to see how drunk you were getting. A con save is how resistant to the hangover are you.
Alright, 15
So,
plus
what
4
we're-
for Callie, so 19.
19 for Callie. Was it Rose? You got a nat 20.
I got it.
No, we got a 5.
Noemi got a 5. And I'm assuming Arianti didn't drink.
Oh
She's
no,
gonna be
they
a
would not let her
bad
drink.
moon this morning.
I
No,
just
Arianti's a
imagine her
child.
sleeping next to Pietro until she fell asleep.
Aw.
Okay, so she cuddled up with Pietro, and so Poison and Arianti, your guys' morning is going to be spent with Vero and Pill. Is that
I'm
how
not
you guys
sure.
wanted? Yeah. So how did you guys want to break it up? Did you guys want to spend your morning with the other girls and just kind of make this just a girl session for the morning, and then you guys will dip sometime around the afternoon, like mid afternoon, and you'd go find Pill and Vero.
I'm fine with either. It just depends on how Poison wants to play it. She just falls around Sarabi, Arianti.
So Sarabi,
Sarabi follows
what's
Callie
your
around.
plan for By the way, just for clarification, Rose, you're not hungover. Kali, it's a little bit of a headache. Noemi, you're puking. Your head's killing you.
Yeah, head is
You're
in
dying.
bucket.
This is what hell feels like.
God damn it. Fuck, why do I drink?
You drank a lot. Is
Okay,
what you did.
so if Sarabi's staying then for at least the first half until Kali has her emotional breakdown, then that's what you guys are
Beth
doing
knows
this
what's
morning. You
gonna
guys are going to
happen.
be here in the morning.
Nobody yell.
Everyone knows it's coming.
Of course it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
I killed everybody you ever loved.
Yeah, it's coming. She's teetering on that edge.
Yeah.
I just don't know if after she has her little break, would Sarabi even leave her? Or would she stay the whole entire time? Which I'm wondering if maybe they should leave in the morning when Callie's still getting up. Because Callie will probably try to stay with Noemi until she's ready to go. Try to help her through it. If Sarabi wants to go in the morning with Vero, and then come back in the afternoon before the rest of the girls leave the inn.
Well, I mean, what Noemi and I were planning to do before Noemi, started puking.
Started throwing up.
I want to die.
Rose
I'm
wanted
not
to
even mad. Go ahead.
Rose wanted to go to like an appraiser, a money changer, or just a banker or something, so that she
Bank.
can see. Yeah, a
Find a
bank.
Figure out how much
Yeah.
Find out how much our old money is worth versus the new money.
Yeah.
Okay, you can do that.
Yeah.
So that's what you guys want to do in your morning. Noemi, you life sucks. Life sucks.
No
That's
yelling.
kind of like what you've established this morning. The sun, you literally, you open up your eyes and it feels like the inside of your brain is melting and you're like, fuck you, Paylor.
Hey, Laura, why are you so fucking bright?
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah. So yeah, you may need to get the gnome some shades and maybe maybe a little what's it, Bloody Mary for the morning. Just kind of like
A little hair of the dog.
yeah, just kind of like tone her out a little bit. Cause she's bad. Unless one of you guys has lesser restoration and that would cure it, or any kind of way to remove poisoning, because that's
I
really what she's
do
suffering
have
from.
lesser restoration. Let me
Oh,
just
thank God.
scooch.
Lesser restoration cures poisons and diseases. Technically, alcohol is a poison.
Technically.
Alcohol
Technically,
poisoning.
What she's suffering from is alcohol poisoning. So,
Sorry, I'm just rearranging the dots so that I
No
can
worries.
make sure that I'm not like doing too many. But yeah, so I figure that Rose, in her wisdom, actually remembered to memorize lesser restoration and also disguise self, because there is some sort of plan in the middle of all the drunkenness, and then she's like, oh yeah, I need to do
well,
that.
you can pick your spells in the morning. So, like, you wake up and you're like, "Man, that was some good booze. I'm fine. This is great. I'm used to drinking like a fish in water all the time."
Oh yeah, and so she's like, oh yeah, I should probably have this ready in case somebody has a terrible hangover.
And then Noemi starts puking, and you're like, "Oh, there it was."
There it is.
There it is.
I go ahead and cast lesser restoration as soon as I see her start puking.
Noemi, you're like, I hate everything, and then suddenly you're like, oh, okay, there's less hatred. Your headache for the most part, it pretty much,
You're not
Yeah.
too bad.
your headache pretty much just kind of fades. Like you know how sometimes you get that thumping feeling for a headache? It thumps once, and then almost like the thumping slows down, and then it just fades. Yeah.
Does Rose make it known that to Noemi that she just did that?
You can
Yeah.
feel it.
Yeah,
you'll
Rose
feel
is
the
like,
effect.
oh crap, and just like hold on, let me see what the range of lesser restoration is.
I think it's touch.
Yeah, it is touch. So she has to. So she like puts a hand on Noemi's back, like, oh shit.
It's like I'm pulling your hair out of your face, kind of thing.
Yeah. Pull the hair out of the face, and at the same time, just cast a spell. Like, don't throw up in your hair. Don't throw up in your hair.
All right, she pulls up. She's like, "Thank God, thank you."
Rose at least keeps it to herself that she was about to say thank Evandra.
The mighty healing petting.
Healing pet.
Okay, so I don't know how much you remember of last night, but there was a plan that you and I were going to go and see how much our money is worth versus against the money that's around now.
I remember. I don't really forget too much when I get drunk. Well, yeah, let's go.
Okay. Rose I also memorized disguise self so that because we don't want to be recognized as people with a heck of a lot of money.
Noemi straight up pops on her cap.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys both disguise yourselves. What are you disguising yourselves as?
Okay, Noemi's gonna take on the form of one of those farmers that they saw earlier.
Okay.
Okay.
Identically, or are you just kind of like getting that vibe?
Just the vibe. She looks like one of those.
So you're
Not
still
identical.
a gnome in
Yeah,
stature.
still a gnome. Still a gnome.
Okay.
She has
Yeah,
no
I
reason to
think that-
really change her height too much.
Yeah, I think that Rose, what she'll do is she'll disguise herself as she sees Noemi looking like one of those farmers, and then she casts disguise self to also look kind of like a farmer. But she changes her race to gnome.
Okay, so you're both gnomes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Just pretend to be a couple.
Yeah, exactly. That
Oh,
was
you
the
guys
plan.
are? Okay, cool. All right. See, you guys are a lovely couple, of gnomes who. What's your story for how you came across this money?
We were
you guys-
digging. We were
Okay,
digging
cool.
in
Alright.
the field and ended up finding just a bunch of, just a handful of gold buried in the dirt. We don't.
And we didn't really recognize it as current gold.
Yes. So we wanted
Okay.
to see how much, what it was, what we might get for it, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And like at most, I think we would bring like 5 of our gold pieces to make it a bit more believable.
Okay. So you guys kind of like push your way out into, down into the inn. There are. Okay, first off, what time of day did you guys want to wake up at? Like, is this like dawn, or is it a couple hours after dawn? It's like mid-morning.
I
What's your plan
imagine
for this?
Noemi would have immediately woken up the moment she felt terrible, which would have been like dawn because she doesn't sleep very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys are up right around dawn.
Yeah.
So they haven't brought breakfast up to you guys yet. Because you were promised breakfast. And Roland is a dragonborn of his word. So there will in fact be breakfast for you guys at some point. But you kind of, yeah. So you guys kind of head down out of the down in the inn, and there's people just asleep on the floor. They're on the stairs, and there's just paint smeared on people. In daylight, they look awful. Just like now that it's light out instead of the dark kind of ambient atmosphere that the party was being thrown in daylight they're gaudy, paint is smeared everywhere, there's glitter on people, there's glitter everywhere. And they're just kind of like this mass of people that drank until they passed out downstairs, just kind of like hanging out in the inn. And Roland is on the table, just like on one of the tables, dead asleep, with a keg, like a little keg, curled around, like he's got it like a teddy bear, and he's just unconscious on the table. And so that's kind of like what you guys come downstairs to.
Okay.
But you do hear activity out in the streets already. There's already people up and out as well.
Noemi casually pickpockets a couple of them. Just a noticeable amounts, but she does.
Sure, roll me a sleight of hand check.
Okay, where is my sleight of hand? Is a 7, so let's roll. 18 plus 7.
Oh yeah, easily. You make. Sorry, hold on. I'm grabbing dice.
Yeah, because we figure let's not bother everybody until we've come back with information.
1 second. I have to roll. I'll tell you how much you make. Oh, you didn't do too bad. In total, you find about 14 gold pieces.
Okay,
It's
so
the new
that's
one. It's the new gold.
94 new gold,
Nice.
Yeah.
20 old
Um,
gold.
But this is like you kind of like meticulously going through and picking everybody's pockets. They really didn't have a lot of money left on them after the drinking.
Yeah,
and
she wasn't picking
unless-
anything noticeable. She was taking like 2 coins from each person, except
Okay.
our dragonborn friend.
Roland.
Yeah.
So you're not picking from Roland, and you're not gonna like sneak back behind the bar and get in the till.
No.
Cool. All right.
Noemi's like, I'm not gonna bite the hand that's sheltering us at the moment.
Yeah. All right. So you've picked up a couple more coins. You've made your way out. You guys made your way out to the street, and this is by the docks. You guys are on the docks. So this is kind of what you see when you exit. It's bright. It's daytime. You got the mountain range that you climbed down in the background. It's just a normal day, but the banners of things are still hanging everywhere. You still have the party decorations are still up, but you can see that they're changing them. That the first day was colors everywhere. The second day appears to be black and white as the theme. So the colors are being taken down, and it's like everything's getting grayscaled. All of the colors and stuff, now you've got blacks and whites and grayscales, and it's kind of the change in theme
Pretty.
without a change in mood. So like it's still going to be the same kind of festival, but it looks different now for the second day.
Yeah, like a changing theme.
It's like a changing meaning in the weeks in this 3-day festival. You do also see a couple of people who are like doing the quote unquote walk of shame home.
Oh dear.
So you got people who are still in the smeared flamboyant outfits with one shoe on and one shoe off. You know, kind of like hobbling down the streets.
I was at a party last night.
No one
purposely loud.
seems to be. Yeah, you got a couple winces when you do that. No one seems to be particularly upset by them doing the walk of shame. Like no one's just kind of like giving them the stink eye or anything. It seems to just be a unanimously accepted situation. People will not make it home on the first night of the festival. It's just how it works.
No, I mean you douche.
Okay, so I guess we head over to. There's probably guards who are awake, who are not allowed alcohol.
Yeah, there are city guards. They kind of take rotation on which day they get to participate in and that kind of thing. But yeah, you can definitely run into a city guard. You recognize the crest on the guard's shield. It's still the crest of Phelan. It's still the same ruling family. At least the crest hasn't changed.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's still Phelan. That seems to still be where you are.
Just
Noemi's gonna walk over to the guard, be like, excuse me, I have a terrible sense of direction. Do you think you can point us to the nearest bank? I always get lost whenever I come to town.
He kind of like peers down the street for a second, like he's trying to orient himself for where he is. 2 streets over that way, you'll reach the town square. Big building, can't miss it. And he kind of shows you guys the direction you need to head to. So
Thank you very much.
Thank
you
you,
guys.
kindly.
Fucking love your guys' accents. Thank you so much. So you guys head down.
Noemi gets into the role.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So you head down through the streets, and you make it to the town square. And there across, that you can see by the fountain, straight across from you guys is this big, grand building. Big, thick stone walls. And right up across the front of it, it says the Phelan... it's just Phelan Bank. I don't have anything spectacular for the name, sorry. But yes,
It can't
it's just
be First
it's
National because there's not really a nation yet.
Nation.
So it's
they're working on it. But no, right now it's just the mid city. Oh, there we go, Mid City Bank. Ta-da!
ta-da.
So there you go. It's the Mid City Bank because you are in the mid of the city. So it's this big bank. It's got a clock tower on it.
Noemi, as the farmer puts her elbow out to Rose and be like, "Shall we?"
Rose just reaches forward and takes it. We shall.
You guys pick your way into the bank. There are a couple people who are sitting behind a counter. There's no one really here quite this early in the morning, but the bank is open. And one of the there's a young woman at the desk who goes, Can I help you?"
Yes, you can help us. We were digging in our fields, as we normally do. The corn needed tending. We need to plant some new seed. Not the point. The point was we started digging to, plant, and we came across something, and we weren't sure how to handle it because it's not our expertise. But we figured someone like you guys would be able to help us out.
With what exactly? Actually, before we get any farther, make me a deception check, please.
Cool. Where's my deception stat?
It's in your skill list. It'll be under D.
D. Deception is a +4, so let's go. I rolled an 18. +4.
She squints at you guys, looks you and Rose up and down for like a solid 10 seconds. But she nods. Alright, what did you find? Cause like she's like, are they bringing me potatoes?
Rose reaches into her bag and pulls out a couple of the old coins and sets them onto the counter there. Ma'am, we found these coins. If I ain't mistaken, this is from 100 years ago.
The woman kind of blinks at you, and then she leans over at the coins, and she kind of like she looks over at him, and you both watch as her eyes kind of pop a little bit. She takes one of them, and she like holds it up, and she's like inspecting it. You watch as she opens up a drawer, and she grabs one of those little jeweler eyepieces and inspects it. And then she looks like she looks down at the gold coin, looks back at you guys, squints at you some more, looks back at the coin.
Ma'am, I don't rightly like feeling like I'm being judged.
It's not you.
You're eyeballing me quite a bit. I can go and ask someone else.
Are you? No, please don't. I need to consult with my manager. May I take these 3 coins? I'm confirming that I am, in fact, you did hand me 3 coins. And
well, so long as you bring them back.
Yes, I just need to get these inspected. Again.
What do you think, Henrietta? Looks at Rose.
I don't know, Jake. I guess so.
Okay, make me another deception check. This time it's Rose.
Okay. That was a 6 + 2. Whoops.
Okay. She squints at 2 of you, right, Jake and Henrietta. Like, she thinks you guys are lying about your names. But she takes the coins and she excuses herself and she wanders back.
Where'd you go using my nickname for?
Some time passes, and still your teller has not returned. A little more time passes, and a couple more people trickle in.
Rose kind of gets a little nervous because disguise self only lasts an hour.
Yep. Yeah. You guys have been out about for about 30 minutes. You still have about 30 more. But yeah, go ahead and Rose, roll me a d20.
Oh dear. Okay.
Just straight d20.
It's a 2.
It's a 2. A Trelawney-esque figure, for a lack of better description, stumbles into the bank. Trelawney from the Harry Potter series. Big, huge, round glasses that kind of make her eyes look out.
Yeah.
Very frizzy. Big, frizzy. But the strange part is her eyes. They're pupilless. Her skin is almost it's pale with just like a subtle blue tint to it, and she's walks in and stares at the bank, like just at the inside of the bank, stock still, like just perfectly still. She just stares straight ahead, like she doesn't see what she's supposed to be seeing. Her pupilless eyes are like a milky color. They're like a milky pink color. She's just standing there, staring.
Rose glances over at Noemi, looks back over at the lady, looks back over at Noemi. Do you have any idea what's going on here?
One of the tellers kind of sighs a little bit, like, oh, not her again.
Pardon me, I'm from the outskirts. Who is that? Who is the lady there?
Oh, she's one of the neighborhood, I guess you'd call them divinators. She kind of comes in every once in a while, like pretty much on the dot, and it's at just about 7:06, pretty much on the dot. She comes in 7:06, stares for a minute, and then leaves at exactly 7:07. She'll be gone in a minute. Don't mind her.
All right. We've been waiting here for a while. You
right.
can call back our.
Jennifer went to help you guys. Yeah.
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 I'll go check on her.
Thank you.
When he turns to leave, you guys turn kind of shuffle back to where you were waiting at Jennifer's desk. And the woman is staring at you. Both of you. Just. Sometime during that conversation, her focus has shifted to you guys.
Noemi stares back. She's not gonna like back down from a stare down.
She's in big, long, flowing clothes, and she kind of walks towards you guys. Click. 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 Slow steps, just slowly walking towards you. She still kind of has this crazy, empty stare going on, like she's looking at you, but not at you. And then her focus shifts from you, Jake, to Henrietta. And she's staring at you. Still hasn't said anything.
A protective arm in front of Henrietta. looks at her and is just like, do we have a problem, miss?
No. No problem. Then she leans forward a little bit and whispers, sorry, I'm looking up the name. Hold on a second. Lightbrook. Lightbrook is the one you seek. And just stares at you, Rose, and tells you Lightbrook is the one you seek.
Lightbrook?
Yes. And she closes her eyes for a second like she's thinking. Faris Lightbrook.
Hold on, I'm going through so that I can take a look. Because there's a lot of names that I got.
Mm-hmm. This one's from your history.
Oh, I am aware. Because I recognized it. Yeah. Damn it. Where is it?
Oh, if you want Noemi to calm down, like, calmly, like, be like, okay.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about. Rose has no idea.
All right.
Oh, cool. All right. Yeah. That's what she tells you. Faris Lightbrook is the one you seek.
Nice.
Your mother will know more. And then she just turns out and walks away. She kind of has this sense of like she kind of like settles a little bit. Like she kind of like comes into herself and doesn't have this blank-eyed stare, and she's like, "Oh, finally! Goodness, this is starting to irritate me." And she just wanders off. Like she just leaves. Like coming to this bank over and over and over has been something she's been forced to do until she said that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Even through the disguise, Henrietta is looking a little pale. Like,
Jake puts a hand on her, just like, you need to sit down. You okay? Who was that?
I don't know who she was talking about, but she was talking about my mom, like she was alive. Just kind of distant.
Well, let's not pay her too much mind yet. We don't really know what she was about.
There's that. Just
But we can keep it in mind. Maybe it'll come in handy later.
yeah. Yes, exactly.
So eventually, so in a little bit, she comes back. Jennifer.
Who?
And-
There's okay.
Sorry, not the crazy lady. Jennifer comes back with her manager, a kind of older dwarven man. And they kind of give you the look over and goes, "We've confirmed the validity of your last era currency that you apparently dug up." He kind of has this look on his face like, Jesus, they just found the lottery money and they dug it up.
You know, y'all catch us waiting a really long time.
We needed to confirm the accuracy of the printing given the variety and the variability of the last era's currency. The stamping and printing was very rough, oftentimes could be smudged or smeared, and we needed to ensure that these were in fact 100%. Didn't want you giving us fake money.
Wow. I can't
It
believe you're so
happened.
rude as to it.
And not only does it happen, a lot of times the currency from the era was faked. So I mean, it's not that we assume the money you brought us was fake. We assume that maybe someone's buried fake money.
All right. I did.
All right.
But for the 3 coins that you have here, the current exchange rate is, and he seems to like swallow for a minute, like he doesn't want to tell you.
Well,
It's 10 platinum per piece.
per piece.
Per piece. So for the 3 that you've given me is 30 platinum.
Yeah, Henrietta puts her hands over her mouth, and that is the genuine reaction she has.
Oh, okay. Just for the sake of acting, Jake is gonna lift her by the waist. Just be
It's a
like,
lot. I love the side conversation too. But yes, it's a lot of money. Now you can see why Roland was like, "Yeah, you want the bar?" Because with the money you're throwing around,
Henrietta.
so they're kind of the bank's kind of swallowing some, and then would you like to make that exchange now, or were you planning to hold on to your currency?
Is it? I don't know about y'all, but I ain't never seen a platinum in my whole life. Can we get them in like in gold? I don't
Yes,
know.
we could give it to you in smaller denominations. Is that what you would prefer?
If you'd kindly do that for us, please, sir.
We would appreciate.
Okay.
It's
So
just
he comes
easier to
back.
spend it without people looking at you funny, like you're looking at us.
My apologies. I was not meaning to look at you.
I
funny.
know, I'm pulling you.
Okay, but yeah. So, 1 platinum piece is 10 gold. So he was giving you 30 platinum pieces. So he's giving you 300 gold.
Okay.
So all of the current gold you guys have on you that isn't the new gold, each one is worth 100 gold.
Let me find my calculator.
Just add 2
so-
zeros.
We'll say for the sake of story, Rose was the one who volunteered her own coins this time because Noemi already used some of her own for the tavern.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So she currently has about 150 of the old GP and 300. Well, okay, we have to split up the 300 between everybody for spending money.
Yeah,
Okay, so then Noemi's just gonna save hers for the party, just in case.
Yeah, so whatever gold you have, just add 2 zeros to it, and that's your exchange rate. So yeah, so keep that in mind. I'll make sure I tell Vero and Pill too that it's
Yeah, it's gonna be in character that Rose at the very least tells the others when she gets back, hey, our gold is worth 10 times more than it was back in the day.
retire and be eccentric adventurers. I like it. Okay, but yeah, so that's kind of what you guys did. This took up some
Be eccentric millionaires.
this took up some of your time. Because you had to kind of sit there and wait at the bank for a little while, and you kind of were told to go talk to your mother by a random stranger who you don't know who she is.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even know what race she was.
This is true.
She's just some crazy person who wandered in.
A slightly
and then
blue
left.
lady.
Slightly blue with pupil as eyes. So you guys, that is a lead. You could potentially go see if you could find her, track her down. That's something you can do. But
yeah.
you guys return. But you guys have your new 300 gold, and you turn to the inn.
Yes.
You pretty much get you guys get into the inn when the spell fades.
Yeah.
You guys are like power walking back.
Noemi pounds on the door. Callie!
Everybody, we got something to tell y'all.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Well, you'll only be telling Callie because Sarabi and Aren't are here. She's the only one left in the inn.
so you wake up and there's Callie. Let's see, Arienti, Poisand, Vero, and Pill are gone.
Okay. All right. Callie, we're fucking rich.
Are we?
They're all you guys are all doing your money calculations right now, which I think is hilarious. This, by the way, is what the inn looks like. Did that work?
Yes.
Perfect. That's what the inn looks like.
I have to download all these pictures.
Just imagine. By the way, when you two get back, there are less people laying on the floor, and what's his name? Roland is up. He's not on the table. You don't see him anymore, but you can smell greasy food being cooked in the kitchen in the back. So someone is making bacon and frying potatoes, and there's clearly a hearty breakfast that is being made when you guys enter in the inn, and you guys kind of sneak your way back upstairs, and there you go. You are now with Kali.
Okay. Apparently... Yeah, apparently our gold is...
yourself.
We haven't considered the inflation rate.
This was the inflation rate.
Balin, no! You can't have the keyboard.
Are you sure? I feel like you always like it so much. Are you sure?
In the middle of El's RP, he almost turned the computer off.
Oh,
Like, no! Go on. He's like, ooh, shiny red button, I'm gonna push it.
So you guys don't actually know the rate of inflation, because I mean you had to pay 35 gold for the room.
Right.
So it's more like normally you guys are paying like 10 gold for a room. So there clearly was some inflation. It's not the same because clearly the gold you guys have has more gold in it.
Has more value.
So
yeah.
it has more value. So there was some inflation, but it's not as the inflation rate wasn't the same for the monetary increase in the gold.
Yeah.
So you guys did not make quite as much money as you think you did, but it's still a significant increase in funds.
It'll all be gone by the end of the day.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, so Noemi informs Callie how Rose turned in her money. How she kept her money just for them on the side. Like, also, Callie should probably... No, she's going to keep it on her.
Yeah, wait for her to remember.
She remembered her conversation with Callie about giving away money.
Yeah, so out of the 300 gold that Rose brought from the bank, because everybody's gonna need a little bit of spending money before they start shoving out their actual, like, old gold coins. Otherwise, we would get mugged.
Yep.
So
Mhm.
she's like, okay, I have 300 gold. Let's split it up between us.
Okay.
And that's 7, right? So I need to do math. How dare you? Probably should have brought a
dare
little bit
you
more
make
gold, but that's okay.
40. It's not even. Because I got 42.8. So you gotta
Yeah.
bend one of those in half. I'm kidding.
So
But
okay,
42, roughly.
it's 42 plus like whatever's left is will whatever's left Rose will keep. She went out and got it anyway.
Yep. Okay.
Yay!
Yep. So there you go. So you guys all, let me think. 42 times 7. Un momento, por favor.
It's 294, 42 times 7. So that leaves 6.
Oh yeah,
6
gold
extra.
pieces.
6
gold
extra
piece.
for.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, I'll get 6 extra then.
Okay. So that's kind of like you guys kind of have some pocket money now.
I know how to keep track of this shit. Okay.
Sew them in her underwear.
Oh,
So, what do you guys want to do now?
all right.
Rose, I mean, other than the lead she got from the weird lady,
Put it here.
Oh, does she tell Callie about that?
I think that at the moment Rose doesn't know what to think because apparently her mom is still alive and she doesn't want to like make Kali feel any worse because there's no way that Kali's mom is still alive.
I don't even know her mom. We're like her dad.
Like,
Yeah.
still.
Mhm.
So Rose just keeps it to herself for the moment to just ponder over. Let's see. As much as I really want to go shopping for today, it might be better to get the costumes on the last day, to get the new outfits when the festival's winding down so that we don't stand out so much from town.
True, but you guys are all colorful, and this looks like the new festival wear is black and white.
Oh, fair.
So we need at least regular clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rose is like, okay, we have a lot of money. Let's go shopping.
Valen.
All right.
Shopping!
Oh my god. Stop it.
Yay!
So you guys head to. What's a good place for you guys to head to?
There's probably like a shopping district.
Yeah, there is.
Also
There's
wander
no
the
certainly.
town too and try to get the feel of everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you
see
guys
what's
definitely can
different
head to the
before.
shopping district.
Yes.
Hot Tropic. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's not. Stop it. Stop it, computer. Damn it.
Uh-oh.
Okay, there you go.
Ooh.
So you guys this is just the general layout of the city. There are big black and white banners kind of being hung, and it's early morning, and you guys kind of wander down the shopping district, and yeah, there's clothiers, but they're unlike what you're used to in like a either open market. This is like shops. It's just the shops, so you have to like go into each store and buy things versus just like an open market feel. So you're gonna have to
You have to actually go into a building instead of it just being out in the street.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
slightly it's something you all associate with being wealthy, and here it seems to be however all business is conducted now. So you don't know which places are the expensive places and which places aren't.
And of
I
course,
say
just
we do a
asking
little
is
window
gonna-
shopping before we actually go in
Okay.
and buy anything.
Yeah.
Stuff.
If that's what you guys want to do, make me a perception check. Whoever is looking to see if you can try to find, like you guys are looking for a clothier, but you're not looking for an expensive clothier.
Yeah.
Noemi's doing that.
Yeah, Rose is also doing that. 14 plus 3.
That was a
So
perception check.
17.
17 for Rose.
16 plus 2.
Okay, so 18.
18.
Yeah, so you two, together, you realize that closer to the dock, you've got your less expensive, and then more towards the ritzier side of the like as you start to head more towards the middle of the city, you can actually see the change in the structure, and you're starting to get the buildings are slightly more spread apart, and you have greenery, and you have things like yards and stuff like that, like little patches of green, and there are more trees and stuff. And that end seems to be more of the higher end, but you do find one. You actually, if you find 3 shops, one that's clearly a higher end shop, one that's average. It looks like they might do some custom tailoring if you ask, and then another shop that's more of a, we've got some generic items that you can buy. We can't guarantee they really fit everyone.
What about quality?
Yeah, the quality matches. So you've got a lower quality. These seem to be your manufactured clothing. So you don't know necessarily the quality. You know, the fabric's not super great from what you can see. The middle one looks like you've got some fairly nice cottons. And then the higher one, you're starting to see silks.
I mean, Rose probably will point out the one that's in the middle and go, "Hey, maybe we should try look and see what the average people dress as."
That's not a bad idea. Besides, I don't like Hannah. I still got the country accent on me.
Not costume anymore.
How you doing there, Jake?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Okay, okay, I don't know how I feel about going into a ritzy area. You know, so maybe the other way is better.
Yeah, but we're in the future. Nobody knows us. We can look however we want.
I just love you guys getting to tell each other we're in the future.
I mean, anybody who listens to us would probably be like, what?
Are you guys high?
It's an in-joke.
Clearly.
The future is now.
Yes.
Why don't we just try the middle store? And if there's stuff there that
Let's
bothers
go to the
you,
middle
go to the other
store.
one.
Fine.
All right, so you guys head into the middle store. For the most part, it looks like a nicer version of the lower end store where you've got a lot of your manufactured clothes, but the clothing is made out of a softer material. And there is a older elven man, who's got a tailor ribbon around his neck with the tailor ruler. Who seems to be, he'll make adjustments to make sure that it fits correctly on you.
Yeah, this is probably the better option because Kali cannot fit in anything.
Poor Kali.
Callie's
Hey.
big.
Well,
It's big.
And Noemi needs to be form fitted.
There's no such thing as one size fits all when you're like 7 feet tall.
But yeah, so it looks like your price is probably going to run you like 38 gold for a new outfit.
All right.
That's just a regular outfit.
That's just a regular outfit.
Okay.
How much for their specialized outfits? Because I know Noemi wears leather, Callie wears.
Well, this is a regular casual outfit, not armor.
This is common wear.
Oh,
This is
okay.
to wear
common
around
wear.
so we don't stand out
Okay.
too much.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, you guys. By the way, roughly your inflation rate is about 3.5. That's the inflation rate that you guys are operating under.
Economics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
I did the math 2 seconds ago in my head.
You know what? Okay, never mind. Go
No,
ahead.
you go first.
No, I was just thinking that I feel like Noemi would be like, well, why don't we just go get our armor and walk around in that? Because I feel like people would not care. They just feel like we're being bumpkins about it. Like, like we don't care about the festival.
We're still going to need clothing, and we don't know if they're going to be closed in a couple of days. When the festival ends.
Yeah. Okay.
And then after we go clothing shopping, we can go armor shopping.
Everyone's favorite.
Okay, so you three can pretty much find outfits that fit for you. If you want something like finer clothing, it'll probably cost you. Let me go back to my calculator and calculate the inflation rate.
Rose can basically find her outfit right here, though.
Oh yeah.
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 She's like, I don't need armor. Maybe like shoulder pads. That's about it.
Well, I mean, I still like in character and out of character. I still don't know like what the armor is going to look like. So she'll get her outfit here, and then we'll see how. I mean, chain shirt is apparently not a thing in this day and age, so I don't know what's gonna be.
Not the issue they have at the armory.
Yeah. Your finer clothes are gonna cost you more like 80 gold.
Yeah, I think. I mean, the outfit.
Those are like your silks and things like that, and that's like custom tailored stuff.
Yeah, I think that for Rose, like her outfit, while it's fancy, it's not like super fancy. She still knows that she's going to be out in the rough doing stuff because of this mission. So just the average. So you said it was like 38 gold?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is what I'm spending my money on.
Average
Okay.
for Callie, too, because there's no way.
38.
Can
Yeah,
Noemi
fancy
just
clothes
use
are
her
nice.
hat for clothing?
I
Because
think it'll only last for an hour, but yeah.
yeah, I'm just thinking like if it is gonna be like around 80 gold for when armor comes, I'm not gonna have enough unless I go and change gold at the bank.
Oh, armor's gonna be more. Now you guys can
Yeah.
pay. They do accept the gold coins. You just get looked for it.
I'm gonna wait until we go to the armory before we start handing
Dishing
out
out the
huge
big-
gold coins.
the
Yeah,
big guns.
same.
The big stuff.
Same.
Especially since we're going to have to negotiate anyway.
How
Yep.
much is it again, Beth? For just not the
38.
fancy. For the,
Like 38.
38. I'd say since you guys are kind of buying like whole outfits, he'll do the tailoring for free. So since you guys are buying like full outfits, like you guys are getting vests and shoes and things like that. You guys are kind of like fully outfitting yourself here at his store. He's throwing in the measurements and making sure that the cuffs are long enough and that kind of thing.
Okay.
And we could probably tell him, yeah, we're going to be traveling, so we want to make sure that it's a comfortable fit.
Yeah, not only that, but he's finding coats and things like that, like traveling coats that match the outfit. Like this is the thing you wear in the country versus in the city. So like he's
Yeah.
finding you guys the country kind of coats to go over your city clothes.
Okay,
so
cool.
you guys didn't just get like for this price. I'm talking it's pants and a shirt and underclothes and a vest and a coat. That's the 38 gold. Like you kind of got you the whole spectrum
Whole
of
get-up.
clothing.
Aw, what
Yeah.
a nice tailor man.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I mean when I say clothes. So it's like it gives you a full outfit, like a legit. And if this was a TV show, you would never change, so you only ever need one outfit.
It's an anime.
Okay,
You'd never change your clothes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I need to get up and get dinner, but I will be back and tell you what I want to do next. So,
Okay.
Okay, Noemi's gonna buy an outfit.
Okay, the same one. Same kind of like normal outfit. Or are you buying something fancy with silk?
Something normal because she wants to be able to walk around in this outfit again later.
All right, perfect. It's 38.
All right. I'm gonna subtract that from my new gold.
But yeah, so you guys, I mean, it takes you guys maybe an hour and a half to kind of like get, because you have to get all of your outfits tailored, adjusted, and all the adjustments and stuff made
And he has
as
like
you
a
guys try
6'2"
on and off
woman to try to
clothes.
measure.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
only that, you got
Those two are easy.
you got the 6'2" woman. You also guys have to pick colors.
You
and
have
things
two
like that, and
tiny
like,
women and a 6 foot
do you
tall
like
woman.
this red t-shirt or do you like this red t-shirt? And so you guys are kind of sitting there and so it takes you time because you have to like sort of, you guys kind of go through, and so the three of you
Fashion
kind of take up
montage.
the three of you kind of take up the store a little bit, and so he doesn't really get any more clients, but since all three of you are buying complete outfits, that's perfectly acceptable for him. And he'll bring you tea while you're waiting, and you're letting your friend try on something.
Is he friendly? I
Yes,
like
he's very
him.
sociable. He wants you to enjoy his experience and tell your friends.
How old is he? I love him. You make this NPC enjoyable. I want to see him.
Yeah, he's very much an older. He's an older elf. Which is something, you know. So his accent matches yours.
What's his name?
Oh, that's a
Put
thing.
Beth on the spot.
Yeah, I love him.
Hold on a second.
Now you have to name him.
I have an NPC list. Hold on.
Good joke's on you, good man. We don't have friends.
I like him. I like him a lot.
Hold on. Let me open up my Google Drive. I have a list of NPCs. I recently generated like 35 of them or something.
They're all gonna be used up.
Yeah, it's actually for another game. So yeah, but it's not like that matters. I can use the same NPCs whenever the hell I want.
Yeah.
NPC list. That's the wrong one. Where's my? It's in the other folder. Hold on.
Oh, while they're trying on clothes, Noemi.
Yeah.
Callie's gonna get Noemi's attention and be like, "Hey, sorry for yesterday." That's nice.
Listen, I have no problem. We're all going through some shit, you know.
It's like, yeah, but I could have, not just been so. You're pretty.
She blushes. She's like, it's fine.
His name is Eldra.
Eldra. I'm drawing him later.
Actually, yeah, Eldra. Eldra Merith. Yeah. He's like 500, 590. Give or take.
So is that like older for elves, or
it is older for elves. Elves live 800 years. Is 800 to 1,000 years is like your lifespan for elves.
Is he old man, or is he like
he has gray in his
like
hair.
middle aged?
He's
like Silver Fox.
Oh, yeah, he's older, middle aged. So he would be the human equivalent of like 60. He's not old. He's just a older.
Yeah, he's Silver Fox.
Yeah,
so middle aged.
His hair, by the way, it probably was blonde at once. Now it has gone gray. It's not white yet. It's just gray. He has pretty golden eyes. And he's pretty. He's very pretty, and you actually can see while he's tailoring, he rolls up his sleeves a little bit to, he's got those pins in his mouth, and he's got, the tape measure, and he's kind of like working to, get this fit quite right on Callie to get the pant legs not to drag. And he's got this massive tribal tattoo of intricate inking that just goes up his entire right arm. Like, it starts at the cuff of where his sleeve was, all the way up his arm. It's just this full sleeve. He doesn't have the left one, just the right arm.
Oh, Valen. No, baby.
I like him. I'm gonna draw him.
But yeah, so he is the
tailor.
The tailor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Valen.
But yeah, Noemi just tells her not to worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, we were all drunk. I mean, you can really just say anything, then everybody's drunk,
I guess. Yeah. Still doesn't excuse having no tact.
I really need to go back and listen to you guys drinking. Like, I only heard half of it, and I'm super bummed that I only listened to half. I'm definitely looking forward to it. It's gonna make the content. I tapped that. I keep going over to check on the chat.
I I can tell you what happened, or would you rather listen to it?
No, I'd rather listen to it at this point. It's become mysterious enough that I need to know.
No, I mean, just like, well, there's plenty of time for you to do it with tact. It's not that I'm saying that you should.
We're just like, what?
I'm down, bye.
When Malith kind of finishes up your outfit, Kali, and you turn to look at yourself in the mirror. You don't recognize yourself.
Mm.
It's hard.
Yeah. She's probably just gonna stare for a minute.
Mm.
And then after a minute be like, this is weird.
It's more than weird. Make me a perception check.
Okay. That plus... What's my perception again? No, you can't have the binder. Stop it. 17.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You got a
He
13?
eventually sneaks back.
17. Because it was
17.
a 15 plus 2.
Okay. The tattoo on Eldrath's or Malor's arm, you can read it.
Mm.
Yeah, it is something in a language you understand, and it's clearly some kind of it's a spell is what it is. It's a spell that seems to be folded into the very fabric of his skin. That it's a warding. It's a warding spell to keep him safe, but it's in some kind of
Aylin. That's how he feels about it.
yeah. It's a warding spell. It's clearly divine in origins, is what you think it is.
Yeah.
It's in that same language as you don't think you should know, but you do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. She'll ask him, where'd you get that tattoo? It's pretty.
Oh, this old thing? Old friend of mine. I used to get in all kinds of trouble when I was much younger. She thought when we parted ways, I needed a reminder to stay safe. So she found a way to ensure that despite her not being here, I would be safe, whether I wanted to be safe or not. So
Safe from what? Just general misfortune, or?
my own stupidity, mostly. He kind of leans over. I happen to be a practitioner of the arts that explode. She thought it was unwise to leave me alone.
Oh.
Probably.
When he leans closer, you kind of see a twinkle in his eye that's kind of reminds you of a twinkle of something on fire in his eye.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's a pyro.
He's a pyro. This man is a pyro. He's a pyro who gave up his life of adventuring. Is now a tailor.
You know,
But,
you probably have a lot of really interesting stories, don't you?
I have been collecting them for much longer than I should admit.
Just kind of smile a little
Well?
bit. He's like, I'm kind of interested. Do you have a story?
Tell us
Is
a
there-
story, man.
Is there... He's been... The longer you guys have been talking to him, the more he realizes that your accents match his.
Mm-hmm.
That you guys sound like you're from an older time, yet none of you should be, given your race. The halfling and the gnome, maybe you could get away with it, but you, Kali, that's wrong. There's something wrong there. It's kind of giving him a sense of deja vu, really. So he's more inclined to tell you guys things if you are persuasive enough to convince him.
Tell us a story.
Meaning roll a persuasion check. Whoever wants.
Alright.
I'll do it too.
Valen, you can't have it. Damn it, kid. I didn't get to see what it
Where
was. The second it touched, he grabbed it. Okay.
Persuasion.
I guess I'll also roll. Just be
Four.
like,
Do-do-do-do.
I almost dropped my computer.
15.
So
15
we'll say
for Callie.
that since Kali is doing it, you
Heading it.
are both giving her aid, so Kali can roll at
Advantage.
advantage.
Alright, I'll roll again.
Yeah.
See what I get.
Yeah.
Hey,
I rolled
won't be
a
higher
20.
that time, so...
Not a nat 20. I had 16 plus 4.
17.
yeah, I have 21
Okay.
persuasion.
So what'd you get, Kali?
17.
17. Okay. He smiles at you and looks at your friends and looks around and goes, "Let me just get lunch." and he goes back and he brings you guys back at lunch since he clearly hasn't. He's enjoying this interaction with the three of you. So he goes and he gets, a cheese and meat and cracker tray and kind of comes back out with more tea, and settles down for you. And he flips his open sign to closed. That he'll be back in 30 minutes. So he's willing to sit down and have this conversation with you guys over lunch. What kind of story are you interested in?
How about a story that caused her to think you need that tattoo?
Oh, there are so many.
Your favorite.
Oh,
If you
my
can rank
favorite. Well, we were, let us say, more recently, there was a bid out for the collection of elementals, specifically ones from the plane of fire. So, not to toot my own horn, I figured out a way to get us there. And then couldn't figure out a way to get us back.
Oh no.
So we spent
Noemi laughs good-heartedly.
we spent quite a bit of time in the plane, and her only words for me for many weeks were, "This is your fault, and I'm stuck in the goddamn plane of fire." She was not thrilled with me, nor were her brothers who had accompanied us on this adventure. They were not thrilled with me either, but I have a way with twins.
Oh.
Ooh. You get into that funny biz?
But we
Funny
eventually
biz over
made our
there?
way out. I took more risks than I should have. And I think she saw that I was trying to make up for, well, trapping us in the elemental plane of fire. And she said that it was not my fault. I did not have a friend like her. I have not had one like her in a very long time. I miss her dearly. I think, and he kind of looks at the three of you. You have people you miss dearly too. I understand. Life can be hard when you live longer than most around you.
Oh my god, no! Sorry.
What is happening in this chat? I
gift
can't
made
see.
me-
Oh my god!
The gift made me lose my chill. I was like, oh, that makes me so sad. And then I saw the gift, and then I was like,
Okay, there you go. So that's kind of his story. He shares with you guys, and he has enough time. If you guys want him to share another one, you can.
yes, please.
Why not?
Another one of my misadventures, or one of my more heroic events.
Heroic.
Heroic. This
Kelly
one does
shit.
not start as heroic, but it certainly ends that way. It starts with, well, to be frank, I lit a tree on fire. It was not.
Oh.
Okay.
It was not my intent, I suppose you could say, but it burned nonetheless. It turns out it was a very loved tree by the mayor.
Oh,
He
dear.
did not love me after that, and he kind of goes on to tell you about this shenanigans-laced tale from the Sword Coast that he was on while he was there at the Sword Coast, and how he accidentally burned the mayor's favorite tree and then got arrested, and then his allies found out that the mayor was corrupt, and so by freeing their friend and stopping the mayor, they actually saved the town. But only because he lit the tree on fire on accident. So, the way he tells the story, he makes it seem like they would have never figured out the mayor's evil plot unless he had lit the tree on fire. Like, that's how he frames it. From your guys' perspectives, if you had been his allies and his friends at this time, you'd be like, bitch, we saved you!
So basically, he's Pill.
Yeah. He kind of has that. He kind of has
That's
that vibe.
why I like you.
Yeah.
He's a wizard.
We'll probably
You
end
guys
up saying
established
like,
he's a wizard with
Okay.
his specialty is in invocation. So he does the physical conjuration of magic. So like fireball, you know?
yeah.
Specifically fire.
Yeah, he's kind of specialized in fire magic. So
Sky
that's-
Pipe like, that sounds like one of our friends.
I had a feeling you three with your
Sounds like my stupid brother.
original outfits gave me that impression.
Yeah.
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 More or less.
But yeah, so you guys get your clothes. Is there any other questions you want to ask him particularly? Is there anything else you want to learn about?
Before they leave, she will ask if it's been bothering her since she's been in the fucking tomb. She'll ask him what language the tattoo is.
Oh, it's celestial. The language of the gods.
Hmm.
Like Rose kind of looks at Holly, like,
She's like, oh.
because she kind of remembers the fact that Kali could have read a language that nobody else could read, but it's been a while, and they
Yeah, I think only Vero is the only other person who can read it, and Vero knows
Yeah.
it because he was a very lonely child.
He's a nerd. Yeah.
we knew that.
Yeah.
That's not new news to you guys.
No.
Okay, so you guys kind of get your clothes all situated, and you guys had lunch. You had some laughs and things like that. You can make your way back towards the inn. The festivities appear to be kind of picking up, and now you've got skull imagery that's sort of joining the black and white. Bird skulls specifically, big bird masks and skulls, and the things that are going up now are in pairs. They're couples. Everything is a couple. It's twos, and you'll have a male doll and a female doll, and they seem to be in pairs. Whatever is considered the male figure does not wear a bird mask. The female figures seem to be wearing the bird mask skulls. But then there's lots of skull imagery. It's very, skull, sugar skulls and skull masks, and it's just kind of like this big.
So it gives off like a very Day of the Dead kind of vibe.
Versus the Day of the Dead Mardi Gras, this is much more Day of the Dead vibe, but it's still a celebration. It's still a big party, but you're seeing couples. Specifically, a man and a woman, over and over in the sort of decorations that you're seeing. But the man is never portrayed in this bird mask.
No, I don't think we know what the Raven Festival is about yet. Rose takes a look around and she pauses. She turns to the other two and says, "Okay. We need to know what this festival is about, just so that we can blend in a bit better, or at the very least, hide in the inn until everything's over. But so to that end, I think I'm gonna go to the temple and ask a few questions because they will appreciate those kind of questions a bit more than, say, asking a random person what the festival is about."
Do you guys want to join her?
Yeah. But
Okay.
before they go, Callie's gonna say, Rose, what was the
Yeah?
name of that lady that we talked to with the death dude?
The Raven Queen?
Yeah. You think maybe something to do with that? I don't know.
It looks a lot like it, but I would like to know for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, one quick thing before we go. What was the name of that one god?
Which god? There were a few.
The one with all the canaries.
Bahamut.
Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
Well, don't just stare at me. Let's go.
I love how you're like, Bahamut. I wanted to remember Bahamut's name. It's just out of everybody, Bahamut was one of the least. Bahamut the Awesome. Okay. So you guys can.
Bahamut was the least what you didn't finish.
Bahamut was the least relevant, or I don't know, relevant. He was just the least interesting, in my opinion.
Noemi took interest in him, so
Because of the birds.
a little
So
bit more
make
than that.
me,
Oh,
because you
yeah.
guys don't know where you're going. Are you gonna ask for direction? But he's a dragon. Hey, don't get me wrong. I have played plenty of paladins of Bahamut. I get why he's cool.
Bahamut's awesome.
But yeah, are you guys asking for directions to a local temple, or what? Like, how are you guys playing this?
Okay,
Amen.
so I figure, I mean, maybe not just a local temple. Like, Rose really wants to know about, Noemi is like, really wants to go to a Bahamut temple, and Rose just wants to know about the festivities, so she doesn't know if it's related to a specific denomination or anything. So maybe we'll start at like a local temple dedicated to Bahamut and work it out from there.
Wasn't
Okay.
there a temple in town that was kind of like like it had more than one god in
Yeah,
its temple?
yeah. I was trying to remember if there was something like that.
There
I
was
could've sworn I
one.
heard one from, like last session.
There might be. There probably is. There are several individual churches here, but there is one pantheon-style church here. You're gonna have to find it because you don't know where it is. So either you
Alright.
can stop and ask for directions, or you can try to survival your way there.
Noemi's gonna ask for directions.
Okay.
So
Someone,
she goes up to a guard.
yeah. He kind of gives you guys like, shouldn't you know where that is? And he kind of like tells you, take your second left.
You've never seen travelers before? That's a little rude, don't you think?
Look, lady, it's not my job to tell people where to go. Look, 2 streets down, take a left. You'll see it. Big building.
Alright, thanks, asshole.
Watch it.
Uh-huh. Bye. She walks off with a middle finger in the air.
Please don't get killed, Noemi.
Or arrested.
Yeah, but say don't get arrested.
Um,
Watch it. Uh-huh.
Don't get arrested.
but yeah, so
she gives respect where respect is due.
We could pay bail if anybody does get arrested.
that's true.
Mhm.
You do have bail money now. Congratulations.
No,
so
but I need to
you
save
way
that
over-
for a pill, so.
Yes, you guys do make your way over. You find the massive. I don't have a picture for this one, but it is a polytheistic church. So it clearly celebrates the pantheon. It's multiple floors, and you kind of have the floors divided by the alignment, you could say, of your specific deity. So you've got the lawful, you've got your neutral, and then you've got your chaotic. And so that's how the floors are denominated. There are evil gods here, by the way, mixed into the pantheon that you see. The top floor is the lawful.
Alright. Noemi's going that way. I think Bahamut's like lawful good, isn't he?
Bahamut is lawful good.
Or lawful neutral? I forgot.
Bahamut's lawful good.
Okay.
Kalemvor is lawful neutral.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Rose goes and tries to find a priest. Just some priest that doesn't look like they're particularly busy, to ask them some questions.
Okay. Yeah, you can find someone. She's dusting. She's just this woman. She's on the chaotic floor. She's just, yes, hello, welcome to the celebration. What is it? The Church of Phelan's Pantheon. She's just kind of like, she's used to saying hello, come in. She just doesn't really look over at you guys.
Excuse me, ma'am. I am new in town, but I'm also on a personal journey. I just really want to find out more about the festival here and and what origins where this festival came about.
She kind of turns her head and looks at you. Are you? Stranger, you must have traveled far. The Ravens Festival is celebrated all over.
I mean, yes, but I also gather stories, I want to see everybody's perspective about where festivals such as the Ravens, such as such as this one right here, uh, find out where everybody thinks it comes from.
Well, all right. You did come to the right place, of course. The Ravens Festival is the celebration of death. It's the decision to not fear what might be coming. It's taken a much more celebratory attitude than I believe it used to in more recent trying times. We've chosen to drink away our worries and to party as though it is our last. That these 3 days we will celebrate with our dead and not celebrate them by themselves. They will join us in the sort of day of adventuring. The first day that you all witnessed is the day of color. It's to remember the vibrance of our life, and the second day is the day of black. It's the day to celebrate the passing of life, but that you are not alone. To remember that you are not alone. That with death, with Kalemvor, there is always a raven. There is always his queen. So that the passing of life is from the mother to the father. That there is this transition of going through to the end. And the last day is the day of light, where we celebrate the life that will come after this. What we do nestled in the cradle of each god. It is much more celebratory. Each person will celebrate that day differently depending on who their faith is, what they believe their afterlife will hold for them.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, yes, of course, child.
And then Rose goes upstairs to go and pray to Avandra since she's here.
Yep. Yeah, you can find Avandra. She's got a fairly average size. Some of the other deities clearly are more favored. Like you have a bigger one to Palor. Big Palor one. There's a larger one.
Not surprising.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I gave you guys a list of
I have the list somewhere.
Hold on. Was it just a document that I shared with you guys?
It was a document that was of all the notable deities that you mentioned.
Yeah,
You had it on a chart.
my money was on him being friend zoned. Oh man. Where did I
I mean,
Was it in Dropbox?
Yeah.
I just don't want to make you have to reread the whole thing.
No, I have a list. There's like Shanti, goddess of agriculture, which would probably be pretty big.
Yeah, she's got a big one. Who's the god of the sea or storms?
I'm looking.
Oh,
Not that one.
It would be Tempest too, I think, is what it might be listed under.
I mean, I see Umberlee, the goddess of the sea.
That would be it. But he's got a fairly big one too, or yeah.
But yeah, the ones that I would expect to be big are pretty big, and Avandra isn't so big, but Rose doesn't care about that. She's been used to that.
But yeah, it's clearly being well cared for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she sits down in, I guess, the pew in front of where her shrine is, and just closes her eyes and puts her hands together and says a prayer, asking, just saying, "Hey," basically, to her goddess.
Okay, make me a religion check.
Okay. Uh, 18.
Okay. You, in your quiet moment of prayer, you still can feel what it was like to have her hand pull you to standing. That moment of her lifting you up, physically lifting you up. It gives you a warm, tingly feeling. Go ahead and take a spell slot back.
Nice. Cool. That's all I have for Rose. Does anybody else want to do?
Noemi's gonna talk to, or try to talk to, to Bahamut.
Okay. Yeah, you find a fairly large altar to Bahamut. It's got this massive. It's like a massive silver. It's so shiny you would call it a mirror, but it's just this big disc. And when you get closer, it's not silver. It's definitely platinum. It's this beautiful, just almost smooth as water sheet of platinum. When you start to shift in the light, you realize that there's a subtle etching in the platinum that portrays this massive, it's just this dragon with its wings extended mid-flight, like just like it's mid-flight. This big, just is this beautiful picture of this dragon, and you can only see it when you shift subtly, and you watch as the light catches differently in the mirror finish.
Okay. Noemi walks up to the statue, just looks up at him, or at at the statue.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just
the big mirror finish, yeah.
Big mirror finish, and she's just like, why? You guys didn't let us get a word in, but you're gonna hear me now. Why us? Why didn't you just let us fucking die? Why us? You seem to be the most civil, even though you are super quiet and shit. But why? It's just her questioning the god,
Okay.
As if looking for an answer.
Make me a religion check.
Okay. I rolled a 20. Oh my god.
Did you really?
Yes,
that was literally
shit.
Okay, for the record, that was literally the only thing you could have rolled to have gotten an answer.
Oh my god. What the
And I'm not sure if I'm disappointed in myself for thinking it, and that's what caused it to happen, or what.
I'm gonna get an answer. And what's funny is because she has a 0 in religion.
I know. I'm aware.
Oh, wow.
my
Amazing.
So your question is why us?
He's just feeling generous today.
Why us? Sorry, I'm thinking about how to answer this as Bahamut because I wasn't expecting to.
Sorry.
I always expect the unexpected indeed.
I was expecting like him to just be silent to her. Just because she's not really a worshiper of his yet. Or is, So like
you rolled a 20, so it's not going to be a verbal response. I'm just thinking of how to make it cryptic enough. You get a flash of a memory of the first time you played your flute. That first time you had an audience. That moment of feeling the eyes on you, and you were special. You just remember being special. Having that. Being able to be special. To have that childlike ability to know that you could do it. and then the memory you just kind of blink back to, you don't know what triggered you to remember this feeling. There you go. There's your cryptic ass response.
That's a good cryptic response.
I have another character who I've given, he's a cleric of the Dawn Father, because we're playing in Tal'Dorei. So he's a cleric of the Dawn Father, but he was touched by the light. His whole family they come from this long line of being clerics to the Dawn Father. And he's called the Child of the Light. It's like a trait that he can have. It's like a skill that you can gain, or a feat. It's a feat. That's the word I wanted. It's a feat called the Child of the Light. And once a day, he can ask the GM a question. One. Like he's praying to Paylor and being like, "Hey, bro, I have a single question," and then I have to respond, depending on how well he rolls, as how cryptic the emotional response is. So I have been getting a lot of practice at, I rolled a 20. Of course you fucking did. So I have to be slightly more specific in my cryptic ass responses. But yeah, it's and so that's been a lot of fun though, because he had a conversation with the Dawn Father, which was fantastic. That was the best. Oh, it was so much fun, because the Dawn Father in that one is very much more of Mufasa versus your guys' soccer dad. It's just a great interpretation for Mufasa, is I get to RP Mufasa with the dad character in this RPG. It's fantastic. The dad got dadded. That was mostly everyone's commentary.
Dad got dadded.
Yeah. But yes, so there you go. That's kind of what you get from praying to Bahamut.
Okay, so Noemi looks up at the statue. She's like, I don't get it. I don't, but okay. Okay. Thanks. And then she slowly backs away, looking at the statue, then turns and goes.
Okay. Kali, is there anything particular you want to do?
I think she's just literally gonna just wander around the temple and kind of just, I don't know, look at each god's little, whatever you want to call it. Area?
They're, what's the word? They're altars.
Yeah. Just kind of curious. She still has a lot of stuff going on in her head. Just debating if she wants to try to pray to one or not. She doesn't really know. She'll probably linger a little bit when she goes to the Paylor one. Mm-hmm. But I don't know.
It's the Paylor one's very pretty. It's very much all done in gold. It's very big. It's actually backed up against a window. So like its kind of backdrop is this beautiful kaleidoscopic stained glass window. It's this massive figure of it looks like an angel, I guess is the best word. It's this genderless angel figure that's done up in this beautiful stained glass. But with the way the sun comes in through the face, it looks like it's glowing. Like there are no features in the face. It's just the shining light. And then the altar underneath it.
Ready.
Oh, for the Avandra, the Avandra one, because I didn't describe it. It's full. It's like a wishing well almost. So like it's this burble of water. And in the stonework itself, you see her sigil is in the stonework of the fountain as it burbles over, and you have gold coins in there and things like that, and there's some dice in there that are loaded dice that you can see that they're loaded. Things of all shapes and forms, lucky items get thrown into the well. But the water seems to be constantly moving. It's this image of change, of perpetual. It's one of the only perpetually moving objects that you've seen in the temple. It is the epitome of change. So that's kind of what you've got going there with Avandra. And it's very much just like a wishing well. And you kind of knelt down or sat down at the lip of this well, and he gave you warm fuzzies. Yeah. Any other altars we want to peek at? Or are we good for the church?
I mean, Rose kind of gets the idea to go see, just try to peek in and see if there's an altar to Shar, and see what may or may not be there, because we saw her.
Mm-hmm. There is an altar to Shar. She's on the chaotic level. I think she's chaotic evil.
Yeah.
It's shrouded in black. It doesn't have any kind of real descriptors. It's almost like a mosquito net is hanging over it that shrouds the whole altar in black. You can see through it. It's still a clear fabric, but it casts the whole area inside of it into shadows. And on the plain stone altar, there are 2 crossed daggers in the center and a bowl that's empty. Well, you do have tomorrow, so I mean, like next time when we meet up next week, Sarabi, and you have your morning stuff, so you can go moon the altar.
Go moon Kilevmore.
Yeah, can I make a perception check on the altar? Like, can I feel if, like, Shar's godly presence is still there?
Sure, perception check, yeah.
Alright. Uh, 15 plus... I should know this by now, but, 3, so 18.
I mean, it doesn't look any different from any of the other altars. You're not really sure what active versus inactive looks like. You do kind of peek closer because you're kind of getting a look for it. The bowl that is sitting there looks like it was recently cleaned. The inside of it was cleaned, but you can see along the daggers there is clearly blood. So whatever gets done at the altar is clearly some kind of bloodletting.
Yeah.
Big oof.
She just kind of backs up. After her investigation, she just kind of backs up and goes back down to where the other 2 are.
Okay. So you guys kind of, you figured out what the festival is about. It's the festival of death.
Yeah,
but
and
of not
Rose does
spirit.
pass on that information.
Yeah, so you guys kind of learn that this is the festival of death. But it's a celebration of life.
Slightly ironic that we were resurrected a few days before this.
Oh, irony. That's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Could have
almost
sworn
like,
you've done it on purpose.
yeah, it's almost like the gods are fucking you. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought the gods would have
God,
a sense of
God,
fucking
Pill's-
humor?
God, Pill's gonna be so pissed. Oh.
So pissed. Naomi's pissed. Only
Yeah.
mildly.
But yeah, so that's kind of what you guys have. That's kind of what's happened so far for a lot of you. There's not a whole lot I can do for information for you guys specifically, more to continue your personal quests. The only person I could really give information to was Rose, and you still have the mysterious seer who wandered into the bank.
Yeah. Rose doesn't even know she has a personal quest yet. Now it's like, okay.
You do now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yours was a lot of fun to come up with, by the way. Once I found out all about your fam's backstory, it was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's kind of the sort of finishing up for the morning. I'd say you guys can make it back. It's mid to late afternoon by the time you guys get back. but you have your new digs, and I'd say Arianti and Poisoned, or Ari, excuse me, Arianti and Sarabi are back at your inn, back at the inn. The inn, by the way, has cleaned up. It's no longer a mess. But yeah, it's no longer they're clearly getting ready for this next night of celebration. But yeah, so Arianti and Poisoned, you guys did stuff. You did stuff that you're vague about a little bit, please, for the sake of the timeline. But the other two, you guys can kind of the other three of you can kind of talk about your day. Pill and Vero are still not back.
Yeah, remember when we did that thing with that person? It was
it awesome? Cool.
Actually, go ahead and roll me a d20, Sarabi. Just a straight d20.
woohoo! Yeah, it's just my look.
What'd you get?
A 1.
You got a 1.
One. Awesome. You guys, we will RP this later. Sarabi, you are apparently the current paramour of a noble in the city. He's just enamored with you. We will RP that next week. I'm making a note. Sarabi accidentally seduced a noble.
Oh my god!
Oh, Sarabi, you became a sugar mama.
Okay, so Eric, I'm guessing that's
So
Rose is the speaker, and Eric
kind
can
of
tell
something-
them all about it.
Yeah, so you actually, if you two want to, you guys can make up this entire conversation now, and I can kind of flavor it some next week, but you can now add fake details that I will make real next episode.
I'm totally betting on the guy having a furry
Oh no, I think I having what?
fetish.
Very good. God.
But yeah, so that's what happened. That's kind of what happened to Arianti and Sarabi. So that's what you guys will get to deal with next week.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
gonna ask, like, did I find out anything? Because my plan was to ask around, but I'm guessing that we got too distracted with this guy messing with Sarabi.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you hung out the first half of the day, kind of. You hung out with Pill and Vero, and then you kind of got bored spending time in the library with them. Or you guys were doing research in the library with them and found what you were looking for, and then left. And on your way back, you ended up getting sidetracked by this noble. Would you say that did you guys want to go shopping at all during your mission, or during your morning?
During the morning with Vero and Pill?
And Pill, yeah.
We should probably know how much or much worth.
Yeah,
Rose gave you 42 gold pieces each.
Yeah.
We go
I imagine
shopping.
the conversation about money would have happened around this time also.
Yeah, so basically
To
she-
Arianti and Sarabi.
yeah,
so let's
she
say
gave-
you guys haven't gotten your new clothes yet then. So you guys will have to do that tomorrow or something like that, or you could do it tonight, this evening, if you really wanted to, but it's probably going to be closed because of the celebration. But so this is while you're still wearing your leathers and your furs. This dude just super enamored with you. I was just trying to get a frame of reference for why.
He likes
Oh my
the
god,
old
I know what it is. I figured it out. I'm not telling you next week. I'm making a note. Go ahead.
He likes the old exotic look. I don't know.
A wild look.
Totally furry.
Okay. So I know why
I can't wait to listen to that episode now.
Yep. Well, this will be a fun conversation. I have this great random generator of this chart for random encounters. And so I'll just use it as the basis for whatever the F's gonna happen. But that one's great. This will be fun. Okay, so stay tuned for next episode for that. But go ahead, you guys can now talk amongst yourselves. All of the girls are hanging out. The guys are off somewhere.
So they just arrived to the inn where we're at right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Hey guys, you will not guess what happened.
What happened?
Really, you
Probably
won.
didn't kill anybody, did she?
God, we just got here. Please tell me you didn't kill anybody.
No, no. Nobody died, but I don't know if someone was about to die, but
Yet. Nobody died yet.
there's
Yes.
this noble guy that has the total hots for Sarabi.
What?
What?
Yeah, I say the same.
He was like following us around for a while, and we didn't know why, and blah 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 blah. You tell it, Sarabi.
You tell it, Robbie.
What do you
Said the
know?
storyteller.
Yeah, I didn't understand how what he was saying. Like he was doing this poetry thing. I don't know, saying these weird things, like offering me flowers.
Did-
What?
Did you
You
like
didn't
the
eat the
weird
flowers,
things?
did you?
Oh, I'm so excited for doing this accent.
Did you like the weird things?
No, I didn't understand what he was saying.
He
You
had a
are
really
my
weird
morning
accent.
sun shining over the
Stop it!
mountain.
Keep
What?
my life harder. I'm over here. I'm waiting for you guys, and then he slayed it again, and I'm like, no.
I'm trying to think of what should we make his race. He was this really old guy who had this.
Oh shit! No.
Are we making him old? Because I can if you want me to. I hadn't planned on
To
it.
be an old
Well, I'm a
dwarf.
kid. I think everyone's old.
That's fair.
Really, and she can say something
I
like,
think everyone's old.
Well,
here's this weird middle-aged dude who had something about the way that Sarabi was dressed. I don't know what about it, but it was kind of weird.
I don't
I
know.
think
If you
it's time
see him
to go
again,
shopping.
if you see him again, just be on alert. Wouldn't let my guard down around people yet.
We came back here because Sarabi wanted to get away from him for a while.
That's fair. Smart move.
Oh man, I'm so looking forward to serenading you.
Oh my god.
This will be fun. I mean tonight at the end of this game,
Yeah.
he'll have come back.
Oh no.
Close
Guys,
the door.
guys,
Hi,
gonna
there.
kind of.
Who is this tool?
Oh my god.
So,
Kai's
what
gonna say
were
to
you guys
Sarabi,
doing?
so Kai's gonna say to Sarabi, so you didn't enjoy being hit on for the first time ever?
Oh,
First time ever.
oh,
Oh, they're mean
frigid.
to each other all the time. Yeah. But she's not being mean, she's literally mean because Sarabi never talks to anybody. She never interacts, she runs away from all interaction. She's not saying it like, oh, no one's ever hit on you before. She's more like, so how was it? Because that's usually more Callie's thing.
It was super weird. I don't get what you saw.
Well, I can understand why he likes Sarabi. I mean, Sarabi is just the best person ever. Who wouldn't like Sarabi? What do you mean she's never been hit on before? I don't believe that.
Oh my god. Please,
You're
please,
running
please.
into the wrong
I'm just imagining Arianti playing to Kiss the Girl. Just like on my while these two are talking.
I want the horror.
Please. Oh god.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'd be like, it's more like she doesn't realize that people hit on her. I'm guessing this guy came on a little bit too hard. A little bit too thick. For her to
Dense
notice.
as a brick.
Yeah.
Visibly shuddering. Ugh.
And she actively tries to stay away from anyone who would hit on her, so. Yeah.
She was actively staying away from this guy.
It's not like that she's
But
not.
he just wouldn't give up.
He's persistent.
Is there mumbling like, well, if somebody hitting on me, they sure have some problem.
They do not. Stop it.
Shut up. You're plenty good.
Okay, so what are you guys sharing about what you guys found out today?
Yeah.
So what did you guys do this morning?
Well,
We got
first
clothes.
yeah.
If you
And
couldn't
then-
tell.
Didn't you guys say you were going to find out how much the gold was worth? What is
We
it?
did
yeah.
figure out how much the
Yeah,
gold
we
was
did.
worth.
So
We pretended to be two farmers.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw you guys. Well, no, was I sleeping when you guys left? I probably was sleeping still.
Yeah, we left at dawn just so that we could get it done with early.
Rose was Henrietta, my lovely wife, and I was Jake.
Oh man, I wish I could have seen that.
It's okay. So we did. So apparently, one of our gold pieces from back in the day is worth 10 platinum.
I don't know.
That's 100 gold, Sarati.
Each
Each
piece
gold
is
piece is
100
I
gold.
know. I'm trying to whistle, but I can't.
We'll play the whistle.
That.
Yeah.
She does that. I can't, but she does.
Just tell me and I'll do it for you.
Robbie, we've never had this much money
Wow!
ever in our
100
whole
gold?
entire lives.
Uh,
I would
well,
be,
Vero might have.
No, she means her and Sarabi. She's not talking about anybody else. She means them too.
if you
Yeah.
guys are going to be carrying around some of the old gold, you should be careful because people are gonna.
I'm not gonna lie, there are pickpockets out there like me, okay?
Yeah. In addition,
keep your items close and your gold closer, okay?
and watch out for people who are just. I mean, obviously the guy who was following you, who apparently is in love with Sarabi. Good job there. It is one thing, but not everybody who follows you is going to be there to confess their love. So be careful when you're followed by a guy or a group of people.
By strangers.
Yeah, but by
Are you guys giving them the stranger danger talk?
Yeah, I'm doing the stranger danger
That's
talk.
fantastic.
Who
Are you
needs the
somebody
stranger
trying
danger
to
talk
talk?
in case they get mugged?
I just love that you need to give it to Sarabi.
No, it's more towards Arianti than
You need don't think
Like,
that.
listening. She's listening, looking at them like.
But
like
she
they're
Noemi's
weird.
purposely speaking to Sarabi, hoping that she picks up on it. That way, Arianti doesn't feel like she's being babied.
Yes, I don't like big babies.
Like she's purposely speaking to Sarabi while like occasionally glancing down at the kid, to kind of like, hey.
Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you sure you're listening?
Rose is doing something similar where she's being a bit more obvious about looking towards Arianti every so often. Like,
Yeah.
you need to be careful about strangers so that you don't get mugged for your huge amount of gold.
Hey, you're not saying all that to me, are you?
What? No.
No, I'm saying it to Sarabi. I don't trust her with her gold.
Okay then.
Sarabi rolls her eyes.
Yeah, Noemi knows Sarabi knows what's up.
Basically, don't go anywhere alone.
So there. So you told them about the money. So you still have the new clothes, and your new acquaintance at the clothier.
I like him.
I like him
I
too.
keep saying it, but I like him.
Pretty nice.
I like him.
They'll probably
Rose
tell them about
also-
him too.
Yeah.
Save NPC
stories.
so far.
Somewhere in the conversation, Rose brings up what the festival's all about, so that we look less like tourists and more like we actually know what we're doing.
So do we
So
have
yes,
to
yes.
use mask or paint our faces? Like this
Possibly.
before?
You don't know. You've just been seeing figures with masks in the artwork and things that have been going up because you guys noticed it too while you were walking around. But yeah, so possibly you might wear a mask this day. You're not sure. You just don't know.
Alright,
But-
can we go to the barkeep and ask?
You can go down to the barkeep and ask, but something first for Arianti. When they start talking about the clothes shopping, it's something you're familiar with.
Yes.
And you actually go through and you kind of look at the tailoring. It's well done. You know it's well done. despite being so young, you are familiar with your craft. You also notice that they're wearing coats and not cloaks, and it's kind of making you nervous about your cloak because you're like, because you like the color, like it's this beautiful cloak, but it's kind of making you nervous about it. So you take off the cloak, and you're kind of looking at it. Make me an Arcana check. Because you're trying to figure out, how do I get this to work with an outfit that looks like theirs?
Small thing. I didn't draw Noemi in a I'm doing her outfit right now. I did not draw her in a coat. I drew her in a cape.
No.
Well, this is like casual clothes.
The coats are more like 5.
5.
The coats are more like country wear, but no, you don't have to have the coat. Yeah, but you have them. You just don't have cloaks.
It's
okay.
winter almost.
Yeah, like, this is the stuff you put on when you're not gonna go out adventuring.
Yep.
You're taking a look at this cloak, and you don't. You know it's yours. You don't specifically remember when you got it, Arianti. And there's something shimmery about the gold embroidery. There's something there. You're not really sure what it is, but there is something intricate about the embroidery that makes you think that there's something more to this cloak. So that's what you know. Yeah.
You could also ask one of us magic users, like, hey, can you guys look at my cloak?
But would I know to ask?
You know, it's hinky. That's the best you got. You understand arcane, and you are looking at the cloak, and it's making you think about arcane magic. You don't know that there's a spell in it. You don't even know if it's magical at all. Your brain is just going, this looks like spells, like a spell.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
I'm looking at my cape that for some reason I woke up with, and it kind of looks weird. Like there's something odd about it. Is it just me?
How?
I don't know. It's just it kind of seems like it might be almost magical, but I'm not sure.
All right, I'll give it a look, and I guess I'll
Arcana
do.
check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eight. So I don't know what's going on with that.
You see runes in the stitchwork, but you have no idea what they mean. You've never seen
Show
this spell
them
before.
to Pill. Okay, listen.
You should probably talk to Pill about this.
Yeah.
I was just with them.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so when Pill and Vero come back, you can talk to them about it. So you can't talk about it next week.
Of course, because
Because
The next
that's
major
before this.
session. Yeah, next main session.
But so for the most part, I'm gonna say that you guys meet up at the evening. So the week after the next month in October, when we meet up, it will be the evening, and yeah, well, you guys will all be together again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now this is the afternoon.
This is late afternoon.
Yeah,
When it starts to get dark and the festival picks up, that's when you guys meet up again.
Okay.
We should agree that when we do armor shopping, that we need to do it all together.
Please.
Well, in character, Rose says that it'll be easier to not only negotiate the price, but also make it seem less weird that we're spending a whole ton of money on it.
Yeah, if you guys are buying it as a troop, it looks less odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to go down and talk to the barkeep about wearing masks and or face paint for tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Roland is downstairs. He is now, all of the color that was on his scales is gone, and he's got black seemingly outlining each individual scale. Like, he's highlighting the shadows of the scales, and he's wearing what looks like tails, but it's sleeveless, and he's not wearing a shirt underneath it, so it's just kind of like a vest with tails. And it's all white. And then his pants are white as well, and he's got a black sash for a belt. He looks like a quasi-goth. It's a good description for his outfit. But yeah, he's downstairs at the bar. He seems to be making sure that they've got enough drinks and that everything is in order. But they're like people who are eating like early dinners in the bar right now. It's full.
Yo, Roland!
He turns abruptly to you, goes, "Yes, gnome." You just know what your name is.
Okay, name's Noemi, don't forget it.
All right, Noemi, don't forget it.
He got you there.
Haha. Know where to get a good outfit for, today?
Well, anything in the shopping district. I'm certain they're selling costumes for tonight.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Good day.
Yep, good
was
talk.
awkward.
Hey, Arianti, prestidigitation can change the color of clothing, right?
Yes, you can. Do you need me to do some prestidigitation?
I have an idea. Rose gets changed into her new outfit, and she holds her arms out for Arianti. Okay, change my clothes into black and white.
She does with the spell.
Prestidigitation.
Just go ahead and shout it a couple more times. It takes you. Oh, you gotta get.
Prestidigitation. 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 Prestidigitation.
Yeah, there's lots of like sparkly from her fingers, and there's this big puff of pink smoke because like she did a couple extra ones to make it more magical for the review. So like you got this puff of smoke and some glitter. But yes, she's made your outfit grayscale, so it's gray. So your whole outfit looks grayscale now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Naomi's just gonna use her hat.
Okay.
Let's say Callie
can
might ask
somebody help me?
for Ari to do the same thing. God. Anyway, what were you saying, Rose?
Could one of you help me like braid my hair to make it look a little better? It's a festival. We might as well look pretty.
Yes.
Oh my God, are we having girls are getting ready
Girl
montage?
time.
Fantastic!
We need to go get ribbons. Damn it! Forgot.
We can get ribbons later.
Ribbons.
Well, we're out at the festival. We can buy flower crowns and ribbons.
Yeah.
Naomi
will-
walks up to.
The way the festival is setting up this week is that it looks like instead of a parade, there are events. So it's going to be a little more like a fair. So you're going to have, jugglers and fire breathers and kind of situation. So it's going to be much more of a.
Pity music for the clothes.
Hey, Soul. Has Callie decorated her hair?
Not yet.
Alright.
She's going to.
I feel like after she sees Callie decorate her hair, she's gonna give Callie permission to do hers.
The one girly thing Callie likes to do is hair. It's the only girly thing.
And she's probably gonna ask Shiley about it too. As opposed to her usual fucking do it,
Yeah. Man, this means I have to look up outfits too now. God damn it.
Everybody's doomed.
I'm so sorry I've made your life difficult.
Oh no, I enjoy it greatly because it means I get to draw more shit. But yeah.
But yeah, so that's kind of this festival is going to be more of a fair-esque thing where there'll be,
Sorry, baby.
races and drinking contests and stuff like that. So it's going to be very interactive for the whole party.
Okay.
Yeah. So
But anyway, Sparrow, Callie can do Rose's hair. Braid it. Put the ribbon in later.
Yeah. Look, I don't mind. In character, you can just probably braid and unbraid her hair as is.
Yeah. Just be pretty.
And when the boys eventually come back, they are brushed aside by all the ladies. We got this.
not only do we got this, we also got ready already.
Yeah.
Now you guys are the slow ones.
Oh, we're more dressed up than both of the most charismatic members of our party.
I
Well, one of
don't.
them.
One of them.
One of them,
Yeah.
certainly.
Forget Ariante's very
Yeah,
charismatic.
no, I mean, it's just like, excuse me?
No, I mean, actually, Arianti may be the charismatic character in your party
Yeah,
right
we
now.
know.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
I know that.
But yeah, anything else you guys particularly wanted to do? Any other side conversations you guys wanted to have? Because when we pick this back up in October, I did not mean to plan this well, but when we pick back up in October, we will be doing a Halloween celebration. So,
Yeah.
Yay!
yeah. So I will see what I can do about making it a little bit more entertaining, depending on your age and/or age range. I may or may not have a drinking game. So we'll see. It's evening for most people when we play, so I'm not even upset about it. So if none of you guys feel like participating, your GM will be getting drunk.
Oh, real drinking.
Yeah, real drinking. Yes,
I
I was
think
planning to
everyone
have a
here is
real drinking
old
game
enough.
going on in the middle of our game.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I'll have to get alcohol then.
Yeah, if you
I
want
won't
to.
be participating. I don't
Yeah,
like
if you
alcohol.
want to, it's something fun. There's a couple of D&D based drinking games, or specifically there's one that I like playing that is called Drink or Death, where it is a festival where the characters get shit faced and it affects the players have to react because the characters are shit. It's fantastic. It is this great game where if your character doesn't do X, Y, or Z, the player has to take a shot.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, the other option for the game is you do it with beer. If you are not drinking, everybody gets root beer, and you have to take a shot. But yeah, and the age-old adage used at my household, D&D games when we play together, is he who kills the cheer buys the beer. So if you make the game boring, you have to buy the booze. So if that's all we've got, and then no one else has any other kind of side quests that they want to accomplish before the big festival, then that was our day. And then we'll cover what Hoysund and Arianti did their mornings with Pill and Vero, and then their kind of side mini middle section where they met the prince I will come up with. Noble. He's a noble, not a prince. I was
Say
tempted to do
upgrade.
prince, but he is a lord.
How?
This will be fun. This will be a lot of fun. I'm gonna have a great time with this one because you guys kind of set it up very entertaining for the actual character that I have. He will of course then show back up at the festival. So we will meet him next week, and then he will be here in October because he will be looking for his long lost love.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Long lost love.
oh my
It's only
God.
been a few hours.
Pretty much.
You
It's only been a
only
few
met
hours.
yesterday.
It
Earlier today.
Wasn't even yesterday. Yeah.
to answer the it was earlier today when we met, but it's felt like lifetimes.
I think he was old. I was going to give him a chance. No anymore.
He's probably okay. To be fair, Ariante's a child and also probably can't tell.
Well,
I
let's
don't
not
know
be
what-
too skeptical. Maybe he can. I'm sorry. Continue. I interrupted you.
You're good. Probably also can't tell the ages for anybody that's not really a gnome at this point.
It's probably true.
So for all we know, this is just like a guy who's in his a human guy who's in his 30s, or maybe like a dwarf who's.
Part of me wants to tell you how old this dude is, and the other part of me just wants you guys to wait and have it be surprised because I figured.
No, you let it be a surprise, but like.
Cool.
I mean, we are all,
But I kind of want to
we are all
know.
over
Damn.
100 years old. So yeah, probably
Yeah.
younger.
So you guys are already 100 years older than whoever she is.
Ah,
Goodness.
this is gonna be great. I can't wait to hear it later on the YouTube channel.
That's better because you can say, "Listen, kid." Like, no.
Okay.
Listen, you're a toddler. I'm an old lady. Let's not do this.
The dude there with the...
I don't need to be a cougar. It's killing me.
We are like 100 years apart.
You could. How long have you been 23? Sorry. Sorry, this was just. You could not have rolled a better one on that freaking list.
You don't understand. I could be your great-great-great-great-great-mother.
I mean, could you?
The classic cougar line.
You're gonna kill me. This is gonna be hilarious. I'm so looking forward to this.
I could be your great-great-grandmother, please.
So, last we left off our intrepid adventurers. I think how I always started. Last we left off our intrepid adventurers. They'd made it back to what should have been home, or at least a semblance of civilization. And it is. It is civilization. It is still Phelan, but it isn't the same. It's not how they left it. They knew things would change, had to have changed. It's what they were led to believe. But, damn it! 3.5, you can steal your own pants and not be alerted to it. Sorry, the notification popped up and I read it instead of ignoring it. I'm
sorry, I'm not going to overeat anymore.
No, it's cool. It's cool. It was just so funny. It caught me. They reached Phelan and had discovered a festival, a celebration to someone they think they know. Massive and colorful and bright, and they found a place to stay, and they learned that it had not been 50. It had been 100 years since they were home, since they were here. Their journey had meant to last a week, 2, and it lasted decades. Now they have to move forward. They have a quest, a God-given quest, although it bites at them still that it was not a choice that they could make. It might always hurt to know that this was not something in their control. But they have a job to do, and they have things that need to get done, and they have no idea how to do them in this timeline, in this universe that they find themselves living in. So they did the one thing they knew how to do. Get turned. And you guys got totally shit-faced. So what we're gonna do is, for everybody who was drinking, or we'll listen to the 2 people who we've got here, since we did your guys's, did we have poisoned and Arianti? You didn't drink, did you, for Arianti?
No, I just cried on Pietro and fell asleep.
Right.
Didn't either.
Vera didn't drink, you don't have to worry about it. Srabi didn't drink. Okay, cool. Just Pill, kick ass. Roll me a Constitution save.
Okay, D20, right?
D20 plus your Constitution saving throw.
I haven't seen my stats in a while. Hold on. Constitution, okay, so 2. Alright, 14 plus 2, 16.
16. Okay, you wake up, you have a headache. It's
Okay.
you're a little, queasy, but you're like, I got this. I can handle this. Rose didn't have any hangover. Kali was like, I got this too. Noemi was gonna puke her guts out, until Rose cast, lesser restoration and cured her of alcohol poisoning.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Can Will get up at the crack of dawn and do this nature check that didn't work last time?
Yeah!
And can I change my spells that way that I have guidance as a cantrip and can use it on myself?
Yes, you can. What nature check are you making again? I don't remember.
It was, he was just gonna get out, meditate a little, and try to find out what was wrong with the world.
Right. Everything is slightly wrong. Okay, yeah, you can do that.
Okay, guidance was like, let me look that up. I have it in my binder.
I think it's 1d4.
Mm-hmm. God damn it! Sorry, I should have.
That's okay.
1d4. 1d4. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So it's go ahead and roll a d20 plus your nature check plus a d4.
Okay. D20. Oh god damn it. 4 plus my nature was another 4. Oh man. Nature was another 4, that's 8. 34. 3, that's... Oh shit. That's an 11.
11. Okay.
I rolled really bad.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. It's okay. You can keep making this check. It's just gonna take you a long time to figure it out. Eventually, again, you know, there's something in the land itself that's wrong. It's not dead. It's not toxic. It's just not as well as it could be. It's there is some kind of detriment occurring, like a drain on the life force. But it's not overly noticeable. Does that make sense? It's just you are familiar with how this land should look, and it does not look the way you remember. That's what you're noticing. You don't know specifically what's wrong with it, though. You don't know if there's a way to get rid of it. But that's kind of what your vibe is.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey!
But yes, that's kind of what your vibe is. So you woke up at the crack of dawn.
Meditated a little, got
meditated
back.
a little, and you came back. When you come back, I'm gonna say you... Yeah, so I'll say when you come back, Rose and Noemi are gone. Everybody else is still there. But Rose and Noemi are gone.
Okay.
Yeah. Because they went off to do their we're gonna find out how much your money's worth mission. About this time, though, Pill's starting to wake up. Everybody else is still kind of unconscious. So, Pill, you get up. You're like, alright, I've been more shit-faced than I was last night, because this is not the worst hangover I've ever had. Alright, that's fine. Seems legit. I can deal with a headache. But yeah, you're not incapacitated or anything. You just have like I'm slightly hungover headache.
Alright, I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm gonna look for the guy. I'm gonna be like, give me the greasiest shit you got.
So, you go downstairs. Oh, here, actually, let's switch to your view of the city. And let me change the music. Yeah, sure, I'll make sure you get it. But yeah, so, you know, the city's still kind of alive. It's still kind of going. So yeah,
no,
so yes, you've got the you've got the city kind of is alive and moving, but you've got your tavern, and let me show you what the downstairs of your tavern looks like, because I got pictures. Tavern during the day.
Cool.
So it's standard wooden tavern. When you come downstairs, there are people asleep, or they're starting to get up off the floor. When you guys come down, there's a couple of people who look like they're the morning staff who are kind of going around slapping people, trying to get them up. They are now in the bright daylight. The same gaudy outfits you had seen before are now more garish and more kind of the vivid colors are more visible, and their paint and makeup is smeared, and their colors and outfits are kind of, ragged looking, and they've got stains and stuff on them, but people are kind of like, hold on, I'm gonna puke. Get out of the bar. No, I'm just gonna puke. Don't you dare puke on this floor. I just cleaned it. Get out. So you've kind of got arguments like that going on as some people are waking up. And in the kitchen, you smell greasy food. Someone is cooking that hearty post-hangover breakfast. You do not, however, see Roland. Roland is the owner of the inn, which you guys have learned at some point during the course of the evening. Simply for the fact of Roland kept saying his name. While you guys were getting more alcohol, it was kind of an ongoing thing. But yeah, so you guys, I own this place. Yep, and I own this place. Yeah.
Fucking asshole didn't let me borrow his keys.
No, he's drunk, not stupid. But yeah, you don't see Roland, but you do smell stuff from the kitchen. There's a couple of wait staff that are waking people up. You can ask for breakfast.
Alright, I approach one of them and ask them for greasy breakfast.
Yeah, you and the rest of everybody, listen, when the chef's done, we'll bring it up. Alright? It's 2 copper per person, and then he looks at you. Oh, shit, no, it's for your guys' room, we'll just send it up when we're ready. And then you see a young person of indeterminate gender walk out of the bar with a platter with two plates, and they're just kind of like, I've got 2 of the plates. Who's breakfast first, man? Do you guys want to be down here?
Me, whatever your pronouns are.
Me, whatever your pronouns are. All right, yeah, sure. You can sit at the bar. He just kind of gives you this look, puts the plate. They just kind of give you the look. Puts the plate down, and like, what am I doing with the other one?
Bo just raises his hand.
Fucking, I don't know.
He wasn't talking.
I'd like one too, please.
He just puts the other one down next to it, goes, alright, and goes back into the kitchen like, fuck these people. But yeah, so you guys have breakfast. It's greasy bacon and eggs covered in cheese and hash browns, and it's all soaking in butter. This is like your standard wake up in the morning breakfast. But instead of serving beer like your normal, they serve water with breakfast, or coffee if you ask for it. No breakfast beers.
Do we know what coffee is?
You do. Coffee's normally very expensive, though.
Can I have an extra caramel venti macchiato with extra fudge, caramel mocha, salt, sugar,
black?
Shit.
And it just pours you a cup of black coffee.
Fuck it. I down the whole thing.
Now, if you Jesus, now if you have the spell prestidigitation, because I got into a lengthy discussion about whether a wizard friend in another game could be a pumpkin spice bitch. Yes, you can use prestidigitation to flavor your coffee.
I do not have that.
But RNT does, so it is something to keep in mind for the future. You can be a caramel spice bitch. Yeah, it can definitely be you can convince, if you convince Arianti to do it, you can have hazelnut, light soy mocha frappuccino if you want. Yeah, that was a fun. We had a lengthy discussion about whether that would work or not. We decided it would. So there you go. If you ever learn the spell, you can always flavor your coffee as you see fit.
I want my fucking $20 coffee.
Yeah. Well, they pour you a cup of coffee. You can also get tea, whatever else for breakfast, but they're not serving alcohol for breakfast. Unlike what you guys are used to.
Oh yeah, Vera's gonna get tea.
Okay. They serve you up tea. You guys have your breakfast. More and more.
Asleep. Probably?
So Vero and Pill are currently downstairs. They're getting breakfast. You guys didn't interact with Rose and Noemi when they came back, so you guys can probably wake up and come downstairs too now if you want. I'd say about this time, Petro wakes up because bacon. And it was rousing both you and Arienti, so you guys both wake up. Rose and Noemi are gone, and so are and so is Vero and Pill. By the way, for both of you guys downstairs, the people for the most part have cleared out, and now it's just kind of like the staff cleaning up, getting ready for the next, sort of business day, and then the party this evening, because it is a 3-day festival.
Oh, by the way, if Pietro wants something, Vera's gonna give Pietro that stuff because it's greasy and it's a lot. I think he's not going to eat everything.
I can't eat all of this. So you're feeding the dog under the table. I dig it. But yeah, so both Arienti and Poison, you wake up, and only Kali and Noemi are there asleep.
Okay, so
I believe I would follow Pietro if he woke up and walked away.
Well, he's not
So that
walking
is-
away so much as he's doing that dog and or cat thing where he's pushing his nose hard into Sarabi's side and being like, "Food, feed me."
Oh, Pietro, what's wrong? Are you hungry?
Wrong. He's just a glutton. He was always like this. He did the same thing when he was a person. Come on. And then she gets up.
Yeah, but you can smell the bacon
Well-
too now.
Oh, I understand now.
Oh, I get it now. Okay. So you guys kind of get up, and you start to make your way downstairs, and
She
you
talks,
see Vero
He
and
talks Kali a bit better. Her
I imagine Arienti is a little puffy-eyed and maybe kind of looks like she didn't get much sleep, and she's kind of out of it, maybe kind of in shock still from last night. So she just kind of follows them.
okay. You Poison, sorry, Sarabi, you kick Kali a little bit. You're like, "Hey, bacon." Kali rolls over. It is not unusual.
Alright then. Whatever. Then she tucks her in, fixes the pillow, pats her head, and looks at Pietro. Alright. There we go. Moves out.
Alright, you guys come downstairs. And Vero and Pill are at the counter and they're eating breakfast.
Arienti, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Arienti kind of looks at Vero like she wants to say something to him, but she waits. Maybe later.
Okay.
And that's it.
Are you guys heading over to sit over at the bar with them?
Yeah, they go. They are in the bar, right?
Yeah, they're sitting at the bar eating breakfast.
Okay, Sarabi gets down, looks around, then goes and pushes them, and sits right in the middle. What's up, buddies?
You shove one of them off their seat and sit on it. Or are you pushing off their chair?
Where's my dice? Roll to situation. No, she should follow.
Obviously, Pill.
Yeah, she should feel. What's up, buddies? And sits in the middle.
So Sarabi kind of shoves you off your stool a little bit, Pill, and sits down on it, and immediately begins starting to eat at your food.
Okay, I use Mage Hand and yank the stool from underneath her.
Just as you do that, make me a dex check.
A dex check? Do I use a mod?
You're gonna use sleight of hand, Pill. Sarabi, you're gonna use just making a straight dex roll because you're trying. Or actually, you make a dex save, and Pill's making me a sleight of hand check.
Could I perhaps
rolled
assist
a 10.
Sarabi?
You roll the 10. It's Robbie.
I have plus.
It's a dex save, yeah.
Ah, it says dex save. Oh,
Yeah.
then it's plus 5.
Nice. Okay, you feel the mage hand. You see what he's doing. You know what that spell is. He's not that sneaky. And you just stand up, still holding his plate. So, like, you're just standing now, still eating. It did not affect you at all.
Alright, I raised the mage
He's
hand.
She just walk around field, eating his food, and sits on the other side. There, if you want your seat, keep sitting.
Okay, I used the mage hand, I just, like, knocked the plate in her face.
Just as you reach over with the spell to swat it into her face, the undescribed individual who is your server comes back out with 2 more plates, looks at you guys and goes, "If you whack that into her face, I will never feed you again."
Oh no! What's your name again? Oh shit, I don't even know. Fuck all your pronouns anyway.
At this point, I don't need you to know. And they just put the plates down on the table and just walk away. Just like, I'm not dealing with you guys. This is above my pay grade.
While all this is happening, Bill just feeds the puppy.
You're by the way, Vero, you have a dog head in your lap, and you're just like putting food down in your lap, and you can just feel a tongue licking you every time you feed him. But like, he's got those ears back and huge eyes. You're like, I didn't know this dog had eyes this big. He's just feed me. Clearly, I'm being starved here.
What do I have to roll so Pietro eats the other plate that was for Phil?
You can just order him to climb up onto the table.
So it's gonna like use the wink no approach.
See, because the plate just kind of got put down. So if you want to, I'm trying to think, how would you do that? You could just order Pedro to climb onto the counter and just start eating one of the plates. You could also have Pedro climb and sit in one of the chair, and you drag one of the plates over for him.
Let's do that. She drags on the plates, so Pedro can climb on the stool and eat.
Yeah. So
and then she looks at Pila and Viran. So what are we doing today?
And then there's just a dog sitting next to her, totally normal, sitting in a stool, just licking, devouring this plate of food.
Also, is it possible that I make an insight check on Arianti?
Yeah. Arianti, are you trying to hide your how you're feeling?
Yeah, right now she is. She's just kind of zoning out and thinking about, it's been 100 years. What has happened in 100 years? What happened to her caravan? That's all she's thinking about.
Okay. All right. So you're not like actively trying to, like, I'm fine, everything's okay. So you're not going to make a deception check. It's just going to be Vero's insight check.
Yes.
Okay, today is a bad day. I'm seeing that already. It's a 6.
It's a 6.
Oh my.
Her eyes are a little puffy. She, you know, she was crying last night. She's probably okay. She's a tough kid.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Hey kid, how's it feel like to be 100 years?
Make it more obvious already.
She's pretty depressed right now.
Yeah, you can tell that she's upset. You can't quite give a good read on how upset she is. It's just one of those. It's just not something you notice it, but it's not like an active thing that you're paying attention to right now. If that makes sense.
Okay.
It's like if you think about it later, you're like, oh yeah, no shit, she was upset. Actually, us eating. But yeah, the waiter comes back out one more. The waiter comes back out one more time, with another plate and looks at the dog sitting at the table, eating. has the plate, looks at you guys, turns back around with the plate and walks right just back into the kitchen.
Bill isn't laughing, just to clarify, I am.
Yep. But apparently you're rich, so you can do whatever you want, as they were told. I have the dog for breakfast.
Also, I'm gonna answer, sorry, Abby. And he was gonna say, actually, I was thinking if we could talk to Pietro a bit, using my spell that I have.
Sorry, what?
Speak to animals? You want to talk to Pedro?
I like to talk to Pietro at the beginning.
He picks up at that. It's like, oh, you can talk to Pietro?
Yeah, that's a speak to animal spell. Yeah, you can definitely.
I have it even prepared.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can cast it on yourself, and you can speak to animals. You just want to talk with the dog over breakfast?
Nah, later. I think I imagine it to be kind of a little bit more serious, not over eggs and bacon.
Okay. Oh, this will be fun. Alright, we're gonna have a serious talk with the dog.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Sorry.
No, it's wonderful. Alright, so Vero says that he wants to talk with Pedro at some point to kind of get a better read on his kind of emotional state, which I'll have to figure out how we're doing.
Arianty wants to be there for that.
Okay. Did you guys want to do that first, then? Have some manners, we're in public.
Not sure. What do you plan for today? I have quite a few plans. Just so you know, I have like 2 or 5 pages. I probably won't use everything, but I can prepare.
I wrote 2 to 5 page list. That's beautiful.
No, not 2 to 5. 2 A5, like the small ones.
Oh no. Okay, cool. I'm like, I wrote at least 2 pages worth of a list, and then there's an addendum that is 3 additional pages. That's fine. No, definitely making notes for what you wanted to do today is good.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Wait. Who's Vera talking to?
Vera just kind of told Sarabi, I want to talk with Pedro. Our auntie actually kind of blinked out of her stupor a little bit, and sort of seemed interested at wanting to participate in that conversation, or at least being there for it.
Okay.
Also, he looks at it too. Please don't get us thrown out.
Yes, I was like, then, I mean, if you want to talk to him, he's right there, like, he's his own person. Yeah, all while obviously enjoying the food that was supposed to be filled and drinking from Phil's glass while maintaining eye contact, like, look at me, I'm drinking your glass, I'm eating your food. It's delicious!
He just kind of looks around.
I'm just imagining this wolf. You know that when the dog pushes his face up against the glass and you kind of get the weird snarl muzzle look? And he's trying to get his face into this glass of water and it's just sloshing everywhere. Sorry, this dog is the best comedic side character ever.
So he's like, but I can...
by the way,
Can
when
I have a roll, please?
you start kind of getting up, Vero, and the general wakes up too. She was kind of asleep in one of the pockets that you have in your robes, and so she's kind of getting up and stretching, and you can feel the movement from your tiny marmot.
I might cast Good Berry again and give her that because I don't want to give her greasy eggs and stuff.
That's fair. I mean, there's also markets and things like that. You are in a town, so if you want to go buy fruits and vegetables for your
will do.
Yeah. But yeah, so she's waking up and kind of sitting and adjusting in. So, what were your guys' plans for today?
Well, I'm gonna go to the library and find out what the fuck happened.
Okay, so we got a plan for the library. What else? Anybody else wanted to? We want to talk. We want to talk with Petra. We want to go to the library. What else were you guys' plans for today?
I also kind of wanted. Tell me if it's too much. I kind of wanted to look for druids. Maybe ask them a few questions.
Yeah, you could probably do that.
That's why I kind of asked how does druidic look like. Maybe they kind of like put hints out there or traces or something.
Yes. You could look for them while you guys are heading to places and things like that, or in the market. You could look for the symbolism that you would recognize in plant life as a druid.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, she's still in her little bit of a shocked stage right now, but when she wears off, she's gonna wanna try and figure out exactly what happened 100 years ago, and see if you can find anyone who knows anything about her caravan.
Well, Pill is going to a library to read about what the last 100 years. So I mean, the likelihood of him finding something is fairly high. So did you guys want to stick together and do this? Did you want to go together as a group to the library? Because if Pill's going to the library, Ariente might want to join him.
Yeah, she probably would.
I mean, I kind of wanted to go to the library later. I just kind of like, I was kind of thinking, have a quiet chat with Pietro, look around while buying vegetables for Nelly, and then heading to the library.
Okay.
Right after.
So you guys could scope the town on your way to the library if you wanted to, and when you get there, have a conversation with Pedro, because you can be in a quieter, comfortable place, and you guys can be doing research too. Do something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. What about Poison? What was your plan for the morning?
Sorry, you wanted to make some recon on the city. Just look
you want
around.
to just like look around? Okay.
See where everything is located and the difference from the city she remembers, because she remembers places very well.
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
They'll know how to move around what they need.
Okay. Sorry, I'm yawning. Okay. Yeah, you guys finish up breakfast. Right now you don't know where anything is in the town. But you can see, you've got some other people are up. The town's kind of alive. It's early morning. It's not. It's like early morning-ish. And you guys are you're up and about, and you guys are towards the dock area. You guys are along the docks for where the Dragon Tongue is.
That Dragon Tongue is the tavern.
Yeah, the Dragon Tongue is the tavern. So that's kind of where you guys are. You guys are towards the river that bisects Phelan. So that's what you guys are up to. You're gonna have to figure out where the library is and where the markets are. You kind of have like a fish market being set up here, right along the dock, but that's not really what you're looking for.
Are we currently outside?
Yeah. You guys kind of finished up breakfast and headed out.
Okay.
How many sober people are out here?
It's a higher ratio of sober to the walk of shame. You do have a handful of people who are kind of making their way home. It's not a everyone's staring at them kind of situation. It's just kind of one of those, I'm hungover, don't look at me. If you look at me the wrong way, I will puke. So for the most part, it's not like it's taboo to have this idea of I stayed out partying all night, especially given the holiday. But I'd say there are more people who are not shit-faced than there are people who are. There are just people who are in their normal everyday dress, kind of going about their lives for the morning for the festival, before the festival kicks off in the evening.
I have this urge. Shall we go to the roof?
You just want to climb up a roof?
Yes, I have this. I want her to go up there, that cool badass posture with the wind flowing in the hair cave and the.
I mean, yeah, you can climb to a roof, sure. Okay, you can do that right now if you want. I can say you can try to be sneaky if you want. How do you want to go about doing that?
Obviously not in front of everybody, like...
Yeah, you could probably duck. You could probably duck into an alley and see if you could parkour your way up to the top.
Yes, I want to do this. Let's do
Perfect. Acrobatics check.
Where do acrobatics?
Belle's gonna follow her, go, no loitering!
I
Stop
love
it.
Sarabi's playstyle so much.
Yeah, there's enough ledges. It's only like 2 stories, so it's not that hard. Yeah, but you get up to the top of the tavern.
I mean... Okay, looking around. See if you can identify any landmark. Just gonna memorize this whole map.
You're looking around and you see a cathedral in the distance that you kind of saw on your way in. There's the castle. That's the sort of the governing royalty here. There's looks like a clock tower, but you don't know what a clock tower is. There's a tower off in the distance that has a fixture in it with numbers on it. And it looks like it's attached to a campus of some kind. Like a school, maybe? And that's off in another direction. You can kind of see a big open area that looks almost like a market. Or what would be a market square. But you don't see any of the tents that you're used to. You see like just an open area with a bunch of people moving through it. But you don't see any of the tent open market style that you guys are used to. They're just buildings over there. Oh, that's the other thing. A lot of this is very sturdy construction. You're not a lot of wood. I mean, a lot of exposed wood. You do have wood, but everything looks refined. So like landing on the roof was not dangerous at all to your health. It was a sturdy construction to the roof.
Alright, she's 7-0. Going down now.
Okay. Yeah, you can just climb down.
Okay, she climbs down and go, okay, we can go to the temple, we can go to the palace, or we can go to the marketplace.
What you think is a market, yeah.
Maybe the maybe marketplace?
Because you guys did say you wanted to look to see if you could buy food and stuff, so you can head over there that way if you want to.
Okay, I mean he might. His first thought was to ask people, but he doesn't want to ask people. So if Sarabi says that way, he going that way.
Then
there are like guards and things like that posted at like corners and stuff that you can ask. But it's cool. We'll just climb to rooftops.
That's what the cool people do.
That's what the cool people do. I love your guys' group as a whole, for the record, because without each other, you guys would be so lost. Yeah. So you start to make your way sort of towards the square. There's a big tower. It looks like it's a bank. It's what it says anyway on the one of the buildings itself, and it's a big building. And you got like fountains and things like that, and just kind of water splashing, and it's this nice quaint little area, and there are people milling about and doing things, and you see as you start to get closer, the buildings, they're all shop fronts. Everything is in a building. All of the stores that you're used to, you've got a general store and it's in a building, and you've got, your grocer is in a building. It's not an open market where they're selling vegetables and fruits. It's clearly something that's contained. That everything is in shops now. And you do pass by several, your run-of-the-mill stores, just standard, supply stores, your standard grocery stores. You don't see any adventuring stores, specifically. There are clothiers, several different kinds that you kind of pass by, and you can kind of pick your way through, and you're like, these are some... you got some higher end ones maybe and some lower end clothiers, but it's a well the market area is much bigger than you're used to, and there's just a lot of roads and alleys and things like that. It's very intense for how many structures there are. A lot of it looks like people are opening shop. It's like a lot of it's those signs are flipping from closed to open on window fronts. So where do you guys want to go?
Are there any animals? Or they're all...
There are some horse and carriages. The carriages are very nice looking. But for the most part, there don't appear to be a lot of carriages in and around the town. All of the roads, by the way, are paved. So you do have carriages and stuff moving people through, but they're not like in the market itself. The market has narrower alleys and alleyways and things like that. You do have some wagons, but again, they're nicer and they seem to be fully enclosed. They're not like cloth roofed or anything.
I think I'm gonna get some food for... Do I have actually... he's gonna ask, because he noticed back then that old gold is worth more. Guys, do we have new golds?
No, Emmy does.
She's not
Yeah,
here.
no, I mean... like... God damn it!
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna go to the hot topic. So
Hot topic. Arianti saw how Pietro was living on Vero because he kept giving her him food. So she kind of wants to buy some treats to give Pietro later. So is there like anywhere around that has like jerky or like dog treats or something?
The grocery store. The grocery store would absolutely have jerky that you could.
But they have.
Yeah.
Is there that place that sells like health potions too? Because she wants to get some of those.
Yeah.
So
The thing is, I don't want to pay with old gold.
Problems. You know you have a bard with you.
You know,
Yeah, he's not gonna tell the bard to steal. That's not thorough.
no,
I didn't
wait, what would
say
the bard?
steal.
I will.
hey,
What would
hey,
the bard do?
none of us is lawful, right? Like,
Well, it's neutral good. He's not gonna
Arianti,
stealing.
something
Yes?
you're familiar with from your years of travel is that if your caravan was in a pinch, they'd go drop you in the middle of a town square and tell you to play for a little while, and would put a hat in front of you, and people will give you money
Oh.
because you're a street performer, and that's
Yeah.
how bards work.
that's so
Alright.
cute.
Do you
Alright, I'm
guys
gonna
need
do
me
it.
to get some new money? I can get it. I do this all the time. Just wait 1 second.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Arianti.
So she, I guess, grabs some kind of. Okay, does anyone have a hat or something she could take from them?
Yeah, give like her like Pietro's shit.
Pietro has a hat.
No,
The
no,
dog
like
has a hat?
no, Pietro's bowl.
Oh,
What?
His dog bowl.
Yeah.
He doesn't have one. That's why he was trying to drink from a glass.
No, didn't like the servant bring out one?
No,
I don't think we carry a bowl around.
Okay, give.
you do not
give
have a
him-
collapsible dog bowl with you, I'm afraid.
All right, then give him like the cup that he tried to drink from.
You stole the cup from the inn?
I mean, we paid for a lot, so...
Yeah. We did take care of
I stole this sign. Secretly, I'm a klepto this entire time.
it.
Hey, is there anybody drunk in the street that we can take a hat from? Or a
Don't
mask?
worry, I think she,
No.
maybe she finds some kind
No,
of
it
box
has a-
on the ground.
Burrow has a coat, by the way, we could use that.
Well, yeah, if you want to do it the boring way.
Arianji, I'm certain you could find something that you could use effectively for your collection container. And with the market being so busy as it is, you can probably just go sit by one of the fountains where it's nice and pretty and you're kind of out of the way, but people can still hear you, and you can perform. It would
Okay.
be a performance check.
Can I
So
cast
she goes to that and she goes
Yeah,
play
you
with
can.
her. Oh.
So
She goes
what-
to go play with her flute because she's not really in the mood to sing,
Mhm.
but she can still play her flute. Probably more of a somberly tune, but still a really good one.
Okay.
Add a D4 to your roll. I cast guidance on you. It's the druid form of inspiration, I guess.
It is.
Okay, so what should I roll?
So it's D20 plus sorry, I just switched over and I'm reading the chat. It's D20 plus your performance plus a D4 because of guidance.
Okay, so let me click performance and then plus a D4. So first performance.
All right,
and
so roll a
then
13. Let's see what your guidance is.
D4.
1. Okay, so you got a 14. Let me see. You spend about 30 minutes playing, and in total you collect about 9 gold. It wasn't, it looks like people weren't quite in the mood for quite the somber tone you were going, but people are like, wow, shit, you're a talented small child, here's some money. So it's not all in gold, a lot of it's kind of in smaller change, but in total it adds up to about 9 gold.
Sorry guys, this is all I could get. Is this gonna be enough?
How about I give it a shot?
You can certainly try.
Please
Hey, bitches, want to see a magic show?
I think I'm just gonna keep casting guidance on people.
Okay, Pillar, are you going to try to perform with magic?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Also, can I say that she's gonna put a hand on Ariante's shoulder and say that it's amazing? That was amazing. You don't have to worry because she's a saddler look gnome.
Oh.
She probably thinks that the reason she didn't do so well in her performance is because of how she's feeling right now.
Okay. You two are really touching, and I love the idea that you guys are being super touching. Pill's over in the corner trying to be like, magic, pick a card!
1 second! Before he does anything, Sarabi starts going, woo! Hit him! Woo! You suck!
Get that baker out of here!
Burn the witch! So...
You don't even have a home!
She freaks!
What the fuck would you roll? Performance? Sorry, I'm trying. Okay, make me an Jesus. You're gonna have to make 2 rolls for this because it's so weird. First, make me just a standard spell attack. So, I just want to use your use magic proficiency. Just roll a d20 plus what your spell attack is.
Okay, +5. Alright, 19.
Okay, perfect. None of your spells are going to go wrong during the course of this. So you're able to perfectly control your magic while you're doing this. Make me a performance check, I guess.
Just a d20 plus my performance.
Plus your performance.
Okay, that's a 3. Alright, 18.
Jesus! Okay. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm probably casting firebolts and chill
So
touches.
you're juggling fire with magic hands, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Probably using mage hand to catch him a little bit.
Alright. You get go ahead and will that change? Roll me a d4 because you had guidance cast on you for the performance. You didn't get the guidance for the control magic.
Alright, I just rolled it and it's a 2.
2. Okay, so you're an even 20. Okay. Grab different dice. Okay. Arianti, while you see Pill kind of doing this, do you want to assist him at all? You kind of see he's starting to juggle fire, and it's kind of cool if his face wasn't so... He's got that stink eye that he always has on, and really like selling the vibe. But what he's doing is very, very cool with the having multiple, because he's got like 4 hands. He's using both of his and then 2 additional magic ones, and they're all kind of they're all kind of juggling. I might have circus music. Hold on a second. But yeah, so did you want to kind of assist him, because now you've got this like positive, it's cool to watch, but his face is not selling this to the crowd. Do you want to try to assist him at all?
Could I use the cantrip dancing lights? And can I play music again, or is that already?
Oh no, you can do both. So you can dancing lights and then add to his performance skills. So the way it'll work is you're going to roll. What's your bardic inspiration? What die is that? Is it a D6 for you?
Let me check. Bardic inspiration. Let's see, a bonus action for 10 minutes. I'm not really sure. What am I supposed to look?
It would be whatever die number you give to people.
I have 3 dies of bardic inspiration.
Yeah, but it's a certain die kind that you give to people.
Oh, what was it? How do I find out? I should click it and see what happens. I don't know. No, nothing will let me click.
Try heading to gear or to the right of it. You see the gear?
And it says a bonus action, a creature in 60 feet for 10 minutes. It says nothing about what kind. This addition can be done after seeing the rule. I think we used to say it was a 6, right?
I think it's a D6. It does go up as you level, so.
Well, I haven't leveled since I joined the game. I don't see it written anywhere, but I think we used a D6 before.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So go ahead. We'll say it's a D6, so go ahead and just roll. Yes, Pill is really pretty. The problem is he has a stank face.
Okay.
I got shit face.
Yeah, so he just doesn't look happy while he's doing this, and so it's not selling the happy vibe because he's not trained to do this professionally. So he doesn't have that that attitude that kind of comes along with I'm trying to make money, so I'm looking happy and trying to get people to come over and pay me. So what we're gonna do is you're gonna roll me. You're gonna cast dancing lights. Are you also gonna play music while he's performing?
Yes, I'll use my ukulele this time and maybe like make sound effects.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna try to make it a little bit more exciting. All right.
So I rolled a 3 out of a D6.
All right, perfect. So you rolled a 3. So whatever my number is, I'm gonna multiply it by 3, and that's how much you guys make. Okay. So I rolled a 20, so you guys make 60 gold.
Whoa.
So who holds on to that 60 gold?
So yeah, so you guys in total you guys spend maybe 40 minutes extra, and in with all of you guys so all of you guys now with the juggling going, and then Arianti starts playing along with it, and you got dancing lights going, and it's kind of become an event, and you guys actually have a crowd now around you guys, and it's there's a lot of people who are very excited. Yeah, so you guys end up making about 60 gold in total.
Wow. We actually make a good team.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
also
together.
amazing.
Yeah, so together you two actually successfully made money. Congratulations.
Nice. That's enough
yeah.
to feed the genera.
Yeah, so you guys now have 60 gold. You can go shopping if you want to. You know, you guys kind of get like this round of applause, and people are kind of like, it's like a little like above it, like an impromptu show. But since it's the festival time, it was totally, everyone's like, wow, yeah, you guys are great festival performers. We can't wait to see you tonight. Kind of thing. Everyone's like, wow, you know, you guys are awesome. So you guys kind of have this attitude where people are like expecting to see you tonight again to perform. Like this was your guys' like opening act, and this is how they're viewing it. That you guys are kind of like drumming up business for this evening. So So you guys end up making money. So there you go. You guys now have 60 gold. There's a couple of shops. You guys wanted to go grocery shopping, which you can.
Who should mark down the gold?
So
to
put
keep her-
so put 60 and then put NGP.
On
So it's
whose
the new-
sheet?
It depends on how you guys are splitting it up. Right now, it's kind of the group fund. In total, you've made 69 gold pieces.
We're gonna keep track of his group fund.
Yeah,
And
it's your group.
Naomi have some too.
Yeah, because Naomi has some too. So right now, I've got it written down that you guys have 69 gold, and then you need a treasurer.
Who's gonna be treasurer? Oh, let me open a Google Doc.
69.
I think Sarabi might be good because she's the treasurer for Kali anyway.
Well, you could say technically Sarabi is doing it, but one of you guys, like, in-game, like, legit, or has to, like, one of you people has to actually keep track of your gold.
I'll keep track of it. Let's see, gold pieces for...
I'm gonna write it down too. Double is better.
Yeah, it helps. Kilvira, Sarabi.
So what
Oh, we have 96 new GP because
69. Oh, wait.
69. Right, 69.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Yeah, 69, and then you guys will end up with more when you guys finally meet back up with Noemi and Rose, because they went and collected some. They, by the way, actually know how much your gold is worth. And you guys will learn that this evening when you guys all meet back up again before the big festival. So, you guys are still in your slightly out of... It looks like you guys are coming down out of your party clothes, but you guys are still, like, in your party outfits. Does that make sense? Like, the dress you are seeing in normal people do not look the way you are dressed. But
I mean, we're performers, right?
yeah, but you're performers. So I mean, you just established that you are in fact performers.
Nice.
So it's not too weird. But just keep that in mind. You do not look like you are dressed correctly. But you guys do go into the grocery store. What are you buying?
I'm buying jerky, some food for me, and my health potions.
Health potions. Okay, so you probably... Health potions are going to have to be a more specialized item. I don't think they're just going to carry them into grocery store.
Okay, then I'll get them later.
Yeah, you'll have to visit an alchemist for that.
An apothecary.
We will probably
So-
need to wait to buy that kind of thing. Probably now just...
Likely, yeah, right. Like you guys are probably just gonna need to buy your normal stuff. Because I believe the rest of the group wanted to have kind of a big where you guys all go together to buy armor. And you guys can buy magical gear then too.
I also wanted to go into the alchemy myself. Just a thing to consider.
Okay.
Is there something in the grocery store that we can't recognize? Like there's this new thing, like I don't know, chocolate bars.
I'm gonna buy. Vero's not gonna buy anything for himself. He's just gonna get some. Maybe. He's gonna get something for General Flufftail. For Nelly.
It's almost like a bin sort of style for food. So you've got like your standard grocery store where they've got like fresh fruits and vegetables are set up in like carts, and you can go kind of grab like apples and things like that. And then there are other parts of the store where they've got like bags that are they're like a machined cloth material, and you can scoop up like I want this much rice and this much beans. You can also find dried fruit there, and I'm not gonna say rations, but they're like hardtack. They're not specifically rations. These are kind of like you have to build your own rations, or you can find all of the stuff that you're used to seeing in one of what you would consider a ration set for you, and you'd have to make it yourself and then kind of buy that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like they're not selling pre-packaged adventuring food. You're gonna have to go through and like, okay, well, normally in my adventuring food, I've got nuts, so I gotta get some nuts, and then I have to get some dried fruit, and then I gotta get some of this hardtack stuff, and you have to buy them all individually, and then make your own adventuring food sets. But you also do have some of that stuff is there. Like you've got your kind of your base soup cubes that you would throw in. to like start the base of a soup. They're like your bouillon stuff. They sell that. It's just none of it's labeled the way you're used to. None of it's like adventuring stuff. None of it's labeled like that. It's all just like soup base. It's just like mundane items. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It does.
Mundane Matt.
I might actually get 2 sets of rations too, because I'm down to 2, so that might be helpful.
So Arianti wants to buy the stuff she needs to make rations plus the jerky for Pietro.
Okay. How many rations are you making?
How many do I even have right now? That's like a good number to get stocked up. I know Arianti knows like it's good to stock up when you can because you don't know when you'll need it.
Very true. Right now you guys are in a city though. So finding food is not an issue. You just walked into a grocery store. So generally you buy rations when you're leaving on an adventure. Just from a game standpoint, when you're leaving and you're like, hey, we know we're heading out soon, so we need to make sure we have rations. It's not a thing that you particularly need right now. They should be on your character sheet somewhere. It should say in your supplies. As for standard rations, I think the standard amount is everybody has 10. When you kind of like start an adventure, you have 10 rations. And the number of rations you normally want and or have depends on how long you're going to be out in the world. Because if you're like, hey, I'm going on an adventure for a month, well, that depends on how many rations you're going to buy and stuff like that and how much you're going to supplement with hunting. But I'm not going to super make you guys keep track of that stuff. So if you want to, I can say you buy some rations and we'll say it's like 5. But
yeah, 5
I'm not
good.
super persnickety about making sure you guys have food and or water when you have a druid and a cleric in your party. For the most part, you're good. Push comes to shove, magic works.
So I buy enough ingredients to make about 5 rations, and then maybe like a bag of
jerky
of treats.
Nice. Okay. It comes to say like 5 gold.
All right, 5 gold. So we take that out of the 69, and now we have 64.
All right, and then Vera, you wanted to buy some. Are you buying dried fruits or are you buying fresh ones for the general?
I think I'm gonna for today. I'm gonna just like because I'm gonna like how do I put it? I'm gonna buy a treat for Nelly, but the other one is dried stuff so that it doesn't go bad as fast.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I get 2 rations. I mean, it's not too much because he knows he can cast a good berry or 2. But yeah, he can't live off of berries, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say in total it costs you about 3 to get. You get some dried fruits, but you get like a treat. So you get her some strawberries, kind of thing, so she can eat like some fresh fruit. And then you get you make yourself 2 rations. So you end up with you spend about 3 gold getting your food here.
Now we have 16.
While all of this is happening, can I have Sarabi and Pietro snooping around, looking at the trinkets and everything?
Absolutely. In fact, if you wanted to have slunk off while they were performing, you totally could have.
Yeah, I was like,
all right. Okay. Are you just gonna go exploring? Are you gonna go exploring on the rooftops? How do you want to do this?
No, just around in the street because Pietro can't climb the rooftop.
Okay. Make me a survival check, and then make me a perception check.
Right. 5. 2.
I'm gonna have to.
Pew.
Okay. All right. Some of the streets are familiar, like the main roadways. You recognize their layout. This is where the market should be, but it's not. The road. It looks completely different. Like this is the market. This is where the market should be. That's where you are, and it is a market. You are in the marketplace. It's just totally different from what you're used to, but you do kind of know the layout of the street. but then you've got like new ones that go diagonal in weird directions, and then you've got new alleys, and all the alleys are different. So it's kind of weird because you know the layout, but you also don't know where you are. It's very bizarre. As for the perception check, you're starting to see people change the decorations from very colorful to black and whites. You've got where once you had banners that were stretching across the street that were like reds and greens and in-your-face colors, they're now the same style banner, but they're all blacks and whites and grays. You're seeing decorations go up on the walls that are they're skulls almost. The decoration pattern has shifted from this colorful kind of bird imagery to this skeleton sugar skulls, but it's all very still fanciful. It still has that party atmosphere, but it's very much more like a Day of the Dead setting.
Everybody's still inside the shop, right? Yeah, they're in the grocery store while you're wandering around.
How much Nelly food did I buy? Because I wrote in my character sheet Nelly food, and I just need to know for how many days it lasts.
10. She doesn't eat that much. She's little.
Okay. Just wanted to ask.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, you bought trail mix. You bought like a bag of trail mix and it's Nelly food.
Okay.
I forgot about Nelly.
Yeah.
That looks delicious. That's like totally gonna nibble in that.
Yeah. What else did you want to do, Poison? You learned this while they were doing their performance, and now you've got another thing you can do if you want while they're getting stuff at the grocery store.
I thought that was while they were in the grocery store.
No, yeah, you can. You spent this entire time while they were doing their performance too. You snuck off during the performance and sort of got a feel for the area and started noticing stuff. But then they went into the grocery store, and you're like, well, shit. Now what else do I do? So you can do something else if you want to. You can keep searching around, or you can do something else while you're waiting for them, or you can go to the grocery store and buy stuff. It's up to you.
Well, it sucks to be alone because that means she has to talk with people.
Yep.
That's really bad. So,
We are all just a bunch of antisocial people. I love it.
Yeah, like the social people are the other group.
I accidentally made the antisocial group. I'm so sorry, guys.
Everyone
She's
but
not
the
antisocial.
bard. Everyone but the bard.
Everyone but the bard.
Antique's very social.
So she looks around, and they say that they wanted to go to the library, right?
Yep.
Okay. She looks around and looks at Pietro and goes, I can do this. And then approaches anybody who looks like a guard. Is there anybody who...
You can find like a guard or someone who's just like chilling, who's just like watching the street to make sure there's not like pickpockets and stuff.
Yeah, right. So she approaches and goes, where is the library?
Over towards the university, the big clock tower, head that way. There was a couple libraries over there.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Of course so.
Hey, your costume's great, by the way.
Thank you. It is totally great, by the way, she says to the wolf.
Yeah, so he tells you that over by the university, you find the library. Just follow the clock tower.
Alright, she goes back with that information.
Okay, you guys now know
Alright,
the
so
location
what's
of the library.
Like, I found this information in a totally smooth way.
Because I'm awesome.
Exactly.
The dog rolls his eyes at you.
I am very glad.
For the record, by the way, as far as I can tell, Petra was the one who did all the talking for you, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
Petra was the social one? Awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
He
gonna be
was always
fantastic
very
if this dog
was al-
learns more directions than you do.
Yeah.
Pietro's the one that told Ariantiel stories while Sarabi just laid back and listened when they first met.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Pedro was the people person.
Perfect. So when you guys head back in the grocery store, Sarabi, you're heading into the grocery store to tell them, and the general store, the grocer It's like, hey, no, you can't bring dogs in here.
Excuse me, this is my service dog. I need him for my health.
Is there
What
such
the hell are you talking about? He's just giving you this look like, okay, then be in service outside. You can't bring your dog in here.
You're discriminating.
Hey, we can have the talk with Pietro if he needs to. Like, he can stay outside with the dog.
Yep, Arianti also sees Pietro and walks up to him because she wants to give him a treat. And it's like, we can wait with him outside. I have something for him anyway.
The minute you start,
for you, Pietro?
the minute you pull out that jerky, this dog's like, his butt starts wiggling. His whole butt is wiggling along with his tail. Yeah.
And then I
Despite
lead
the
him
fact
outside.
that this is a wolf, and you guys all know this is a wolf, he is very dog-like. Does that make sense? His characteristics are dog-like.
Yes.
Yeah, it's perfect. He was like that as a person too.
No different when he was a human, his whole butt wiggles. Yeah. So his whole butt's wiggling when you come closer with those with the dog treats. He's very excited.
So I lead him outside with the dog treat. He's like, it's okay, we'll watch him outside. You go do some shopping.
Was there anything you wanted to buy? Poison.
No, she's like, if Pietro can go in, I won't go in. And she sits on the floor, cross-legged, and crosses her arms with this grumpy face.
All right. You sit down on the floor, and Petra's totes following Arianti. You can take care of yourself. You're fine. He doesn't care. She has food.
Traitor!
He wags when you call him a traitor.
Yeah, exactly like when he was a person. Asshole.
Yeah, so he follows you out, Arianti, and sits. The minute you stop to, like, feed him, he sits down like, I'm a good dog, feed me.
I want to see if he can do a trick. Give me your paw.
He stares at you.
And then I show him. There you go. Here's a treat.
Do you pick up his paw and then feed him one?
Yep.
Okay. He puts his paw back down.
Stop training my brother!
Keep doing it.
Oh, damn it.
So I break like the treat into pieces and probably do it about 5 times.
Okay, every time you have to pick up his paw, he will not give it to you.
Yeah, it takes
Okay.
a lot of trained dogs.
So Arby stands
It's
and
okay,
like
you'll get to it.
until the person that didn't let them in, this is not over, and then walks to Ariel. Stop training my brother, and you have some self-love.
Some self-respect. Yeah.
So then I also give him some pets and scratch him under his chin.
You find a spot a little bit farther back underneath his chin, more on his neck, and you start scratching, and he does that adorable dog thing where his foot starts thumping. You found the itchy spot. His fur, by the way, it's thick. It's like winter thick. It is fall, but his fur appears to just be thick. He does not appear to be too warm, though. Like, whatever kind of wolf he is not... It's not uncomfortable by the warm weather, despite his apparently thick coat. He's soft, by the way. Like I recently bathed soft, but I guess you guys did run through a rain for a while, so he's been cleaned recently. But he seems fairly passive, despite the big crowd and things like that. He was kind of aggressive when you guys first met him, but you're starting to think that might have just been more disorientation. He's adjusted to you guys now.
I think
That's
we
good,
might
'cause I'm just
cuddle
so
with
attached.
Nelly too. I kind of want to use Nelly more.
Yeah, absolutely. You can start to train her.
Oh yeah, maybe the first thing I kind of want to teach her is stay, just so that she can be safe. Or hide. Hide is good.
Hide. Okay. We'll work on that. Every couple of episodes, I'll say you can try to train her something new. It will be animal handling check, but you'll have
Okay.
advantage because you have food to train her with.
Good.
Yeah. So we probably won't do that this episode, but next episode you can.
Okay,
Can I use this opportunity to talk to Vero? She wanted to talk to Vero a little bit about something, since they're obvious. Okay. But where's
What's
Pill
Pill
right now?
doing during all of this?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hot top and get myself some clothes.
Oh, kick-ass! You just left them to go clothes shopping. Fantastic! Let's do that. So while you guys are doing that, Pill left. Just straight up left you guys. He's like, I'll come back and find you at the grocery store, because you probably haven't left by then. So, what kind of clothes are you looking for?
The new outfit that sold you.
So, are you looking for armor, or are you just looking for new, like, streetwear?
I want to say a little bit of both.
Armor is going to be something that's probably not going to be sold in this district. You're going to have to go towards one of the outer edge districts to be able to find the adventuring district. There's probably a district that is for adventurers.
Alright, for now, I'm just gonna get, like, the outfit, and I'm just, like, when I get, like, whatever armor I get, I'm just gonna put it underneath the outfit.
Okay. So yeah, so are you looking, what kind of, you can find several clothiers. One of them is a bit more high quality. It's like your standard silks and things like that, and then they're going to tailor the outfit for you. You can find your kind of middle ground where it's linens and cottons, and it's more like cottons and things like that. And you can have, but they appear to be some kind of uniform outfits where they're manufactured almost. But the people in there seem to be, will make adjustments so that they fit you. And then there are the lower end clothiers where the clothes are cheaper and they're more rough in their linens. And there's no one there who's going to try to like help make sure the fit is perfect.
Well, Pill's wearing a hot frock coat in his new outfit, and it looks pretty good. So I'd guess like high end or middle end, one of those two.
So which one do you want to go for? Do you want something more like your higher ends where you've got like your silks and your better fabrics and stuff? Or are you looking more like just your average cottons?
Average cottons.
Average cottons? Okay. There's trying to think timeline wise. And this is you go into the shop and there is an older elven man. He's very clearly an older elf. He has like gray in his hair, like it's blonde hair that's kind of going gray. It's got streaks of gray. It's very tasteful. And he's well dressed, and he's got the tailor's sort of ribbon around his throat, and he looks like he just kind of opened up shop.
Sup, bro?
Good morning. How can I help you? By the way, your accents have been different than the people you've talked to. His accent sounds like yours.
Because he's an elf. Okay.
Alright,
Exactly.
anyway, can I get a frock coat?
Yeah, you can find your clothes. He kind of helps you. He's more than happy to tailor your outfit to make it fit. It's gonna run you about 35 for a new outfit. 35 gold.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So go ahead and mark 35 gold off. You managed to get your new outfit. He sets you up, tailors everything. It takes about the same time. This is going to take a little longer because they've got to tailor your outfit. So they're kind of like getting kicked out of the grocery store while he's finishing up your outfit. So they're kind of done and you're still missing, just so you know. Is there any questions you wanted to ask him, or are you just going to like let him do his business because you're trying to get the hell out of here?
I'm gonna ask him, so how long have you been in the city?
Oh, many years. You come and go.
Would you say about a century?
Not quite. More like 60, 80 years. They blur.
Would you mind telling me what's happened in the past 60, 80 years?
I could, yes. It would take much longer than fixing this hem, I'm afraid. Are you just curious about history, or?
Yeah, very.
Okay, deception check, lying.
Wait, I'm not lying.
You should have taken Vero with you.
Alright, make me a persuasion check then.
I was gonna say I'm not lying. I'm actually.
All right, if you are genuinely interested in the history, make me a persuasion check.
Alright, my character. Persuasion is a 5, okay. Alright. 12 plus 5 is 17.
Okay. Again, as I said, it would take me many hours to fully elaborate something like this. You perhaps could check the library. I'm certain they'll have a history book about the current events of Phelan.
Alright, in that case, I'm gonna go to the library, but for now, would you mind giving me, like, a brief summary, if you could?
Of what particularly the political landscape, the current debate about whether we should widen our roads and how some of them will have to involve the removal of buildings. I'm just unsure as to what you wish to know. Much has changed.
Okay. 2 specific things. When I looked at a map earlier, there was a big red circle that says "Do not enter." Why does it say that?
There's not. He looks confused for a second. Like he's thinking, like he's like, "There's not anything like that in Phelan," and he's like, "Oh, you mean in the map of Faerun?"
Yes.
It's there's some kind of war going on. It doesn't affect us very often.
Why?
It's on that coast. It's just, as far as I can tell, from the news that we've heard, there's some kind of revolution occurring in the sovereign district.
The sovereign district. Why
Yes,
is there
yes.
What's caused this revolution? Some particular
Unfair
event?
rulers, take your pick. They didn't like their taxes. They thought their rulers were cruel. Many a thing can cause a revolution, but there appears to be some kind of the modern awakening of democracy. There can be many a thing that can be happening to cause a revolution. As far as I can tell, it's been marked not to enter the zone because magics have been known to disrupt the land. It's just recommended that shipments and things like that you don't send people there right now because there's some kind of big blockade where if you go in, you can't come back out. So it's just recommended that you don't visit until they sort out their political endeavors.
Alright. And my second question.
Mm-hmm.
The plague rot has grown over the past 100 years. Why?
It's a pollution. It's spreading.
But no one's been there to stop it?
No. There's a
Right.
town. There's a people there who he kind of thinks for a minute. They're the town, and he's trying to recall this town's name, and Beth's slipping through her notes. The Spirit Soaring. It's in the Snowflake Mountains. They're the guardians of that zone. They've been claiming that there's some kind of growth to the plague, but I think they're just trying to collect more attention to their centuries-long endeavor to protect the plague rot from the world, etc.
Alright.
But they are the ones who keep it at bay. They are, at least according to them, the sole reason it is not spread across Faerun.
Alright.
Was that all, young man?
Would you like to convert to communism?
Yeah, he accidentally sticks you. Oops, I'm sorry, my mistake. Let me just fix your hem.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so while this conversation is happening, I'll switch over to the map in a minute to show you guys where the soaring, because you would have seen it. It's a marked city in the Snowflake Mountains. So you guys come back out of the grocery store, and Ariente is desperately attempting to to teach Petra tricks. Petra is patiently letting her move his foot up and down while feeding him. But there is no somewhere along this.
I have to say that Sarah is not pleased with this development. It's not pleased at all. She's like, he's a person. Stop trying to train him.
Stop trying to train him. He's a person.
Ariante's using Pietro to distract herself from her thoughts.
Communist, right?
Have you given? I mean, for the record, by the way, Poison, you know that you can command Petra to do things, and he listens to you. You don't know if you are commanding him or if you are asking him. Does that make sense? And he's doing it because he's your brother, or if he's doing it because you are telling him to. So there's this gray area that you aren't 100% sure how it's operating. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why she tries to not command him a lot, because she doesn't want to feel. Yeah, she doesn't want to feel like he doesn't have a decision for him. It's his brother. It's her brother, after all.
Now, he, for the most part, is totally ignoring Ariante's attempt to make him do things. Actively. like you can tell he understands what she is saying, and is just like, if I sit here and stare at her long enough, she'll pick up my paw and feed me.
I'm not very good at training dogs.
Can I incite her again to see if she is sad or seemingly sad or...
Don't tame my brother! No, sorry,
that one's much better.
For the training.
His insight is... I should have told his insight was actually higher. Never mind. It's 22.
Oh, that sounds much more like the druid. Ariante is still hurting. She doesn't look as sad as she did this morning, but clearly buying the dog treats and talking with the dog and spending time with the dog is actually helping her, but she's still not feeling great. Does that make sense? The dog is an excellent distraction.
Okay, he's gonna wait until she's... It's a good distraction right now. He's gonna wait until she doesn't feed the dog anymore.
Okay, what else did you guys want to do? Your wizard is missing.
Ariante does not notice.
No, just... Gronson. Did he say he was gonna be back?
You have no idea what happened to him. He left.
I say we move forward. If it's more important, she will turn up sooner or later. Let's go!
Sarabi, I have the feeling it's gonna be my responsibility to... When he doesn't come back, he was supposed to be the responsible one.
Okay, don't cry.
While you guys are standing there and you're like, where did Pill go? Oh god, we lost him. We can leave without him. No, we can't leave without him. Pill, you kind of hear them arguing about this.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Thank God. Thank nature.
See, we did not tell you. Oh, wait.
He has new clothes. He left and is now wearing a completely different outfit.
Look, he even stole something for himself. He's fine.
He stole something for himself.
Did you steal this?
Nope.
Okay, good. Everything is fine.
I stole the money from us.
He took 35 gold.
I have to put that down. 35?
35?
Yeah, he took 35 for his outfit.
So we have 26 left.
Yeah, 26.
What is he wearing, by the way? Any hat?
No, he's not wearing a hat.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm wearing like the new outfit that Soul draw.
There was a hat I was going to have Saravis.
Nope. No hat.
Okay, can we move now?
Yeah, you guys can. Where are you guys headed? The library?
The library. Follow the ranger that totally remembers the instructions because the player can't remember to save her life.
Head to the clock tower. There are libraries by the university.
No, it's okay. I can't remember how to go around my house.
Okay, So you guys kind of head towards the clock tower, as directed by the druid who clearly knows where she's going. Ranger. I figured it out.
For now, only range.
Okay, so you guys head to the library. And you guys sort of head in the direction of this clock tower thing. You guys actually watch as it moves. Seemingly, it doesn't. It could be magic. It could be magic, but these massive hands appear to be moving, and they appear to be telling time. At least that's what you assume it's doing. You've seen clocks, but they're normally much smaller. You've not seen one on quite this scale before. And normally, the clocks you guys are used to are like hourglasses. You've seen maybe once or twice in your lives. Like, Auntie Sal had a clock. She had hourglasses, but she also had, like, a clock. This is a really big version of a clock.
Wow, that's a giant clock.
Yeah, it's cool. It's just massive clock tower.
That thing because she is a tinker.
Mm-hmm. You can't tell from this distance because of how tall the clock tower is, whether it's magical or technological. You just know that it's just as big. It appears to be a massive timepiece that the whole city uses. So you guys make it over to the university area, and there are actually signs that say library, and it's got an arrow, and it kind of directs you towards the public library. And when you get there, you see the library. Did that pop up? Do you guys see the library image?
Yeah.
Just for flavor checks first, that gets kind of faster. Library.
Library. Those are the words you love the most. This way to the library. You guys actually make it into the library. There is a sign that says "No pets allowed." But
She sits on the floor and crosses her. And I'm not
it says "No pets allowed" on the front of the door.
Oh,
how you want to do that is up to you.
Okay, let's look around the building if there's any back entrance.
There's definitely windows.
Phil points and laughs at Robbie and Pietro. And walks through the front door.
Yeah, you walk in. It's this massive library.
Like persuade someone to let him in.
There's a woman opera sitting at the front desk. She's this old tiefling woman, just sitting at the front desk with glasses on. She appears to be the information woman who operates the front desk at a library.
Alright, Pell approaches her.
Yes, young man, what can I do for you?
I'd like to find wherever the history books are.
Our history section, and she kind of sits up and adjusts her glasses, and she kind of points you and directs you to where the history section is in the library. It's upstairs toward your left. She gives you the directions on how to get there.
Alright, thanks. And Pell makes his way to the history section.
Okay.
You're gonna go history then?
Yeah.
I might. Does Vera know what a newspaper is, or are there newspapers in existence?
No, you don't. I mean, there are barkers that you're used to where kids will bring information from town to town, but most information you're used to getting are like letters, or sometimes there's scrolls and things like that are pinned to, say, a news board.
Okay, good.
But
So
you're not like
is.
newspapers. And right now in this time period, newspapers are not exactly a thing. You guys are right around we're getting a typewriter down. So none of these books are handwritten. All of these, or a large majority of these books, are going to be printed text, which is new for you guys.
It's gotten back right now.
Yeah. You guys are in for all intents and purposes, you're in the Enlightenment age, because you're not quite Victorian. You're like on the cusp of the Enlightenment in the Victorian era. That's where you guys are. So you've got Gutenberg, you've got printed text. You've also got magic, so you have trains. Well, before the Enlightenment era, so I mean before the Victorian era, because you guys' technology will advance faster because of magic. But you guys are like still borderline with some of your mechanical parts, if that makes sense. So a lot of the mechanical things you're going to be seeing might be magic based. But yeah, so you there might be a record of news reports, if you want to, of information that's been cataloged.
Yeah, he's gonna ask for that.
Yeah, there isn't a. It would be the periodical section in a library. In this one, it's going to be something more like where they're old school scrolls still, where they're kind of handwritten scrolls of news information. Some of them are penned, some of them are typed. They're typed scrolls, and they're collected off the information board, which is actually kept in the library. The information is common news and things like that are kept. This is where one of them is located, and so they catalog the news that comes in. So you can actually find scrolls that are from all over the world, kind of thing. Most of the ones that you're going to find here in the library are going to be regional. So you're going to find the ones that are kind of related to the sea and that kind of thing. But they do have a world news, I guess, where they will get periodically world news updates from stuff around the world.
Arianti finds out that Vero's going to the news section, and she kind of follows him because she figures it's probably the best place to find out what happened to her caravan. And she wants to probably ask Vero for help on that, and maybe talk to him a bit.
Okay. Poisoned, how are you sneaking the dog in? Or are you even coming in?
That's the thing, because what can they even do inside there? Just books.
Yeah, it's just books. I don't know if there's something particular that you're interested in looking or trying to discover, or you could go exploring the town again.
Let's do that.
Let's go explore the town.
They both are gonna look around, because nobody's going to discriminate against a dog in the streets.
Yeah, in the streets. Is there anywhere in particular you wanted to go, or are you just gonna wander?
Just wander a bit. She can remember where to go.
Okay. Interesting.
Maybe
All right.
look at these carnival things that are super interesting. Especially
the items and objects and stuff. So you're kind of getting distracted by the festival, the change in the decorations. You're starting to see figures being put up. That the individuals, the skeletons and the skulls that you're seeing are being put up in pairs, almost always male and female. They're couples that are being set up. One of them will be a skull, and one of them is a bird faced, like a bird mask. And they're being set up in dozens of iterations, and they're always these pairs. They're always in pairs. And they're part of the decor for whatever the second day is of the festival that's being set up. It's clearly though black and white and grays. It's all monochromatic.
I hope that thing happens.
I can't get her to ask anything we learned about this.
Make me a... Nah, I won't make you make a roll for it. While you're wandering, I'm trying to decide which district I wanted you to go into. I know which districts I wanted you to go into. I'm trying to, should I make you roll to make it random? But nah, I'm the GM. So you wander, we're gonna do your story, your thing a little bit first, because we've already discussed it.
No.
So then we'll get back to everybody else and them doing their library research. But we're gonna do you by yourself first because you wandered off.
Oh my god!
So you actually you were drifting. While you were wandering, you notice a change in the environment a little bit. The buildings aren't rougher; they're just older, and you're heading into an older district. It's bizarre because this is an older district of the town, but it's actually on the edge of the city. It's almost like the carryover of them continuing to build in this older style towards the western section of the city. Towards the eastern section of the city. And you're starting to see things that you recognize. Things like armory. They're an apothecary you run across. You also run across an artificer store where they're making magical trinkets. You run across several alchemists. Different kinds of alchemy shops, and they sell potions in the windows. They're just like you see displays of potions, health potions, things like that, and you've got, signs underneath them where clearly they're trying to undercut their neighbors or whatever and sell cheaper ones here, and now ours are the better quality, and so they're clearly like market wars a little bit to get people to buy their health potions versus these guys' health potions. You're starting to find And then you come across something that you are very, very familiar with. It is a job board for adventurers. So they still exist. In the whatever iteration of time you guys are in, the idea of having a band of adventurers going off to do a job is still a thing that happens. There's this massive board that's got listed parchments. It's much more organized, though, than you're used to, rather than random postings. Things are very neat and tidy, and at the top of the board, it says, Adventuring Guild. Talk to your local guild leader. Join the Adventurers Guild. Talk to your local guild leader. It clearly seems to have been unionized. So the idea of venturing is much more of it's a system now. It's kind of been incorporated into their world. It's not just a random, I'm going off with my friends to kill dragons. It's I have an affiliation.
Nice. Finally something that feels familiar.
Yes, this is very, very familiar. As you kind of get and it's this moment of relief to be here, even if everything's still newish, and you still have completely paved roads, and the dress is still weird. You were seeing people who carry weapons. You were seeing these new strange weapons that you saw one of the people in the inn carry. The inn that doesn't exist. There are these weird metal weapons that they're cylindrical. There are all kinds of races. It's much more diverse here, and there's all kinds of inns and taverns and things like that, and each one has this crest on it that's a screaming bird crest. It looks like a phoenix almost, bird crest, and each inn has this, some of them have multiple crests, but almost all of the ones in Phelan have this bird crest. And they're stamped in glass near the front doors of all of the inns. It's clearly some kind of guild identifier. There are other inns that have ones that are one of them's a badger. You've got one that's a horse. One that's a slash mark that looks like it's claws through an eye. There's all kinds you can see that are clearly these are some kind of sigils of inns of guilds, and these are the inn's affiliation with the guild. This is what they're indicating. And it's kind of almost awe. It's like a kind of comfort, and you bump into somebody.
Oh. Do I have to roll to see who falls?
Huh?
Do I have to roll to see who falls to the
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sure. You can totally do that. Let's do dex checks.
2 dex.
Mm-hmm.
Just. No, or
Okay. Both of you manage to stay onto your feet, but he does stagger back a little bit. And it's this young tiefling man.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Sorry. Didn't see where I was going. They keep looking around, trying to find where.
He is staring at you agape. Just open mouth. Absolutely. You can see his eyes have kind of popped wide, and he gives you this look where he looks up and down you, and he's just like he looks, how do I describe this? Starstruck? No, that's not quite right. Lovestruck is a good one.
Inside check.
Yeah, absolutely. Inside check him. Yeah. This kid is like, and you realize now he's not an adult. You thought young man. He's maybe 17. And now that you're looking at him, you're starting to realize his clothes are very, very nice. He's got deep purple robes on. They're well made. They're silks and things like that. And he is well. Damn it! I keep seeing you guys post gifs, and I'm like, what are you? Oh, sorry. He's well dressed. He has he has some kind of gold sigil, and he's wearing rings and things like that, and he has a sword. This boy looks like he's probably never used that sword professionally ever, but he's in the adventuring district, because you know for a fact by one solid look up and down this kid is this young tiefling boy. He's got blue skin, a beautiful long tail, big horns. He's got gold on the horns and things like that. And he's in these big deep purple robes, and he's got it cinched at the belt, and he looks like that noble prick that you've run into probably half a dozen times in your life. The same kind of character who's just, I've always wanted to be a adventurer, and so despite my parents, mummy and daddy, wishing me to take over the throne, I instead am going to go out. Oh yeah, does it, Sano? To the T, he looks, and he looks of noble birth. And he is absolutely just stunned by you, and he looks down. I like your dog.
Oh. So he's a rich adventurer wannabe. Okay, I took a natural not 20, so she's gonna say, "Oh shit, why me?"
So you know exactly, this kid is like, oh my god, you're the most beautiful creature I've ever seen in my entire life, and that's the look he's giving you, and he managed to say, I like your dog.
Come on, I have to. she takes 2 steps back. I have to go now. Come on.
Pedro sits his ass down. Just plants it in the dirt.
Why are you doing this to me?
Young miss, you clearly are an adventurer of much experience. Not to say that you look, you're beautiful and young and clearly well experienced in your field. What perchance, my fair lady, is your name?
She breathes through her nose. Okay, look, it's not Miss, it's Sarabi, okay? Not Miss, not Lady, not Fair, Maiden, or whatever that word you say.
My dearest Lady Sarabi.
Stop! No, seriously!
Look, I'm writing. Are you here for the festival? Did you come here to the festival? Because that's why I am here in Phelan. They have this glorious festival every year, and I always thought if I come to the festival that celebrates the uncertainty of the world, I would find those who would be worthy of joining me in my adventure. And Lady Sarabi, you are her.
Well, I clearly here because the gods hate. Now, if you excuse me. I wish you could.
Together we will shun the gods. And he, by the way, he darts in front of you again.
What? I didn't hear.
I said, so like you start to turn away because you're like, fuck you, Pedro. You can die. You can follow me later. So as you start to turn away to get away from him, he like runs around to stand in front of you again. He moves very, very quickly. Like you were surprised by how quickly this kid moved. He darts in front of you and goes, but my miss, my madam, my...
Oh, okay, go, stop with that!
We can spurn the gods who have forsaken you together!
Kid, you really are a kid, aren't you? You don't know nothing about facing the gods. No. She shakes her head. Why don't you go look for your parents and have fun in the festival? I need to go find my friends, okay?
You have a party of your own? That's...
Oh shit. You
trying to decide if that's a good thing or a bad thing? We could all adventure together. We could become a team.
She looks at Pietro like, move or I'm gonna move you. I'm sorry, we are full. We don't have any more space left.
You get a couple ear flicks and a tail wag from Pedro.
He was always like that, trying to make me make friends.
I mean, I'm certain an arrangement could be made. I know the guild leaders, and we could come up with an arrangement where the party rotates, and we have different members go on different adventures, and some of them could be just two people together against the world. He's just like staring at you like,
Wait.
you're
You
the
know
one.
She's like, wait. You know the guild leaders?
Yes, of course I do. He's my uncle.
Oh, she's like, oh. Well, I think I can spare a couple minutes to know a little about the guilds. She's very interested in this guild, adventure guild. Yeah. But
Okay.
then I have to go back. I can promise anything to you.
Depending on how long you want to keep RPing this, I can. But I can.
enjoying what.
I'm enjoying screwing with you. I can summarize it and say that he kind of gives you this adventure, and he also buys you stuff. He just buys you things while you're talking.
Well, she's like gathering all those things around.
Yeah. So you actually pick up 3 health potions in the course of this conversation with this kid, and a golden flower, which he gives to you. That has at the end of in the center of the flower, it's this beautiful, I'd say a rose kind of style flower. It's small, but it's a golden trinket. And in the center of it is that pressed. It looks like it's a press of the Screaming Bird sigil that you keep seeing everywhere. Just present this at the next meeting, and my uncle will know exactly who you are, my fair maiden.
It's Sarabi. Thank you. She's just
My lady Sarabi. His name, by the way, is Manfred. Is what he said his name was. You think? Yeah, Manfred.
Okay.
So, he said his name was Manfred, but it looks like he cut off part of the rest of his name. He just said his name is Manfred, but he looked like he was about to, like, do a full name reveal on you with, like several middle names kind of situation. But he seemed to have stopped himself. I'm Manfred just Manfred.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm just Sarabi, I guess. And she extends her hand like shaking hand because it's the polite thing to do.
He takes your hand and kisses it.
Stop! she slaps his hand away. Stop! No touching, only looking.
You took his hand first.
But it was like it was not kissing. He extended her hand like shaking his hand, and he goes to full slobbering on her. No.
The dog chuffs beside you. If you are like you are for certain, like 100% sure Petra is laughing at you. Like laughing at you. That is what that chuffing sound the dog is making. It is laughter.
You and I are going to have a conversation when we go back home. So Pietro. Okay, nice to meet you, Manfred. Nice to meet you. We'll talk later. Then she steps back one step at a time and grabs Pietro by the collar. I'll talk to you later. Yes. Just start walking.
He just kind of stands there and waves as you leave with a hand open. Goodbye, fair Sarabi. I will meet you again soon.
She turns around. It's just Sarabi, okay? Pietro, I'm going to kill you.
This dog is dying. You've never seen a dog look like he's like you've never seen an animal look so human in this moment. This dog is just chuffing and wheezing, and his tail is wagging, and this dog is dying. He's laughing so hard. He appears to, however, understand human speech. You weren't sure 100% before if he was understanding what everyone else was saying. He is, for sure. You were 100% sure he understands common. Like,
he's
all of it.
totally enjoying her disgrace. So, just like when he was... He's an asshole.
Yep, he's still a little shit.
In a way, she's happy because that means he's still the brother she always loved.
Okay. So you have found the adventuring district and potentially the young man who believes you might be the long lost love of his life. Only he's 17, so that's not a whole lot of life to be long lost for.
But it's a tiefling.
Yes, he's a young tiefling man.
How long do
Tieflings live about 80 years.
so like human?
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
They're
It's also
slightly
like
shorter.
a rich adventurer wannabe.
Yeah,
She can relate to that.
Yeah, a lot of you can. There's a lot of your base adventuring stories. So that is kind of your misadventure, Sarabi. You now have, though, the golden rose. That is the trinket that identifies you as potentially being part of this guild, which is called, the Dawn Phoenix is the name of the guild. That's what the word sigil means.
Perfect. You got an invitation for the guild. This got better than I told you.
Okay.
Sarabi tends to steal things, right? If she comes back a free of potions in the golden room.
Sometimes,
Yes.
just when it's necessary. She's not chaotic. She's neutral. Just when.
But yeah, don't forget you did get the 3 health potions.
Yeah, I.
He has still the
put it down
bow
in the-
incident in mind.
Okay.
And put out the golden flower trinket.
So while you guys are wandering back, let's go ahead and do Viro's and Ariante's, and then we'll do Pills. So, Viro and Ariante, you guys are looking through the scrolls. What does your
Sorry.
what does your researcher skill do again?
He knows if he wants to know something, he knows exactly where to find it. So he might look at the sorting system, I think. He might. I can pull it up so you can.
No, it's cool. I think I remember it. So, you actually know. You walk in. You have like for about the first 10 minutes, you had no idea how the library alphabetized. Like it wasn't alphabetical. There was this kind of decimal system. You figured it out in 10 minutes how they organized their shelves. You now know where you now know how to function and get anywhere in the library.
Yeah, he's home.
You know exactly. You're like, oh, well, that's really quirky. They just move the decimal place 3 points to the left, and then you figured out, okay, that makes sense. I get it. I totally get it. So you figured out their entire organizational system, so you know how to navigate the library. So what information are you trying to find, Viro?
I wanted to go into history too, but more specialized. Like, what are political important events, and how did the Industrial Revolution go? Kind of like this kind of things.
All right. Yes, you can find that information. I'm gonna say you find it fairly easily. The Industrial Revolution. You learn all about. You can get a firm grasp about the universe around you. I'm not going to describe it verbally, if that makes sense, because telling you all about how trains work seems boring.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It just he might. So when I ask if that's how and how works, like in the middle of a game, and I think it's useful, you can tell me, right? Because
yes, you have now done what we'd call basic research into the idea of the mechanical advancements of the society. You know about mechanical technology now. You understand that it survives the world around you. When you go back out to the outside and you look at that clock tower, you will understand it is a combination of magic and technology. So it is mechanical based. That's how the clock tower functions mechanically, but the way it keeps time. So like its hands and stuff are all mechanically moved, but the way it keeps time, how it tracks where the sun's position is with magic. It actually is tracking the position of the sun like an old school sundial, but magically it is converting that into a time system. So the entire universe operates on the entire whole world will operate on the same time system. You're going to start to notice little things that are going to, for you, these first next weeks are going to be this, like, you figuring out, like, I'm going to go stare at this carriage to figure out how it's functioning. And then you're like, cool, I get it. I get how the mechanical pieces, or like if you find a typewriter, that shit's going to be lit. You're going to be like, oh, I know how this works. So you were starting to get a firm grasp about the changes to your environment. You would now have a basic understanding about the technology of the world. So you kind of get what steampunk means now. So
Okay.
none of the technology is going to be obscure. There's going to be things that you were not super familiar with, like airships. You know that there is a thing that is a ship that flies in the sky. You don't know how they work. There are these weapons called guns. They appear to fire some kind of projectile. They appear to be still fairly expensive and are kind of lucrative to own. You don't know how they work. But they are a weapon that you now will recognize if you see one.
Mighty see, alchemy is the thing now and get super interested.
You can find alchemy books versus alchemy is the integration of magic into technology, and that's kind of how their industrial revolution works. So you're gonna have to start to like read alchemy books themselves to figure it out, because alchemy is the magic. It's technomancy for all intents and purposes. It is the magic of using technology. So it's how they integrated magic into mechanical objects.
Okay, so you might.
The current push in the alchemy field right now is the creation, or I guess it's really the artificers, excuse me. Alchemy is still potions and things like that. It is the creation of potions and brewing, and this is them finding new elements and new ways to brew potions. And so that's what alchemy is. Artificers are your big push between magic and technology.
Okay.
So if you run into an artificer, you're going to know that they're going to have mechanical objects that are magic based. Their biggest push right now is creating a machine with magic, a moving humanoid machine. Like a robot or an automaton, or there's rumors and whispers of things being created with souls. It's not well known, but this would be the equivalent of a warforge. It's not well known about whether these creatures exist or not, but there's lots of discussion in the community about what defines a soul. It's starting to get a little philosophical in there about what defines a soul and how can you stick it into a machine. Is that, does that cross that border between necromancy? Is this a necromantic act to make a machine with a soul? This isn't even discussing if they can do it. It's just asking, should they do it?
Like for Metal Alchemist, how were the people cut?
Yeah. It's definitely, can you stick a soul in a suit of armor kind of thing. Is that legal? Should that be allowed?
Exactly, homunculus.
Yeah, very much. But yeah, so that's kind of what your artificers are doing versus your alchemists that are potions and creating new kinds of things, like this thing called alchemy fire. An alchemist's fire is a napalm. It's napalm. But they've modified it to be a projectile that you can light at distance. So you can throw it, then say the words of power, and it will ignite. So it's not a thing that it doesn't ignite with contact of air anymore. There's new variations to how it works. So it's just the field of magic and science have kind of blended, and so those boundaries are much blurrier. And the same thing with medicine, and there's new kinds of medicine. There's new applications for health potions. You can have wraps that are health potions, so you put them on the skin, and they operate the way a health potion would, but they're less expensive. But you can only use them on localized wounds, versus a health potion that will heal everything.
I think if he gets into it, he might look into political figures, and then he might go into alchemy before Ariante approaches.
Okay. All right. I'll say you. I'm gonna say during this, Ariante, you have been watching Pill look like a small child in a candy store. As he's figured out where all of the knowledge is, and he's pulling books off of shelves and things like that, and he's reading while he's walking to grab a different book. Like he literally has a book and is walking
I was
towards.
going to ask Vero for help, but you're directing me towards Pill.
No, sorry, Vero. You were watching Vero do this. Vero looks like a kid who has found his like safe haven and is pulling books off of shelves, reading one book with one hand and is walking to another shelf, climbing a ladder, grabbing another book off, all while he is still reading.
He's totally in his happy place.
He's totally in his happy place. You, for the most part, have, by the time so you can follow Vero around a little bit, and he's just doing this just joyfully, like a child, just very excited to have these books and information. And he keeps bringing them back to a table and putting them down like he's collecting things that he wants to read.
Okay.
At any point during this, though, you can interrupt him and be like, "Hey, we want to talk to you."
Yeah, she needs help looking for information because she has no idea how to find it. So she walks up to him and he goes, "Hey, Vero."
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah?
I got his attention. I was expecting him to be absorbed. Hey, Vero. I'm sorry to bother you, but can you help me find something?
I think he's gonna smile because sure, what like in research mode, what do you need to find? Like he's going through it tonight already. So
I'm really confused about what happened 100 years ago. And what happened to my caravan that I was with? It was called the Crimson Talon. I wanted to know what happened to it.
okay, you said there were chronicles, right, Beth?
Yeah, you could definitely find something like that.
He
So-
might. In what region were they? Were they going here in Flans stationed, or did
Well,
they just?
Last I remember, we were on our way to Phelan for a mission. And after that, I can't remember anything. Until I woke up and met you guys.
I think. Can I look into the 100 year ago section and look for Crimson Talon?
You absolutely can. Make me investigation check. Because this is you actively researching. You're looking for information about the Crimson Talon, a caravan.
I think I'm gonna cast guidance on me again.
Okay, that's cool. That's what that spell is for. Arianti, you could also, since you're assisting, if you wanted to give Vero Bardic Inspiration for this, you can.
The what?
Since you're assisting, you can give Bardic Inspiration.
Yes, it's very important to me. I give her a die of Bardic Inspiration. How do I do that?
So it's just you kind of sing her a little song, or you kind of hum under your breath, or play peaceful music while Vero is searching, and you turn it into a montage moment.
Hopefully no one says, "Shh, be quiet, this is the library."
You are playing quietly. I'll give you that. That you know enough. You probably shouldn't be singing at the top of your lungs. So Vero, Sano, you can roll. So it's investigation plus your guidance, which is a D4, plus a D6 from Katie assisting.
Okay, that's. I'm gonna look at that. Biocore. My investigation was. Gosh. I'm gonna find it. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Investigation was 2, it's a 13. God damn it. Now I'm gonna get a 3 here, so 16 and a 6. 18.
Okay, 18. It's a little tricky to you start back about when you guys, there's not a lot of records about 100 years ago, so you're struggling, and so you start pushing forward a little bit more just to see if you can find any kind of reference to the Crimson Talon, and you find it. You start finding the Crimson Talon all over. They're a guild. They're a well-known guild. They're probably one of the largest guilds in the world. They're a massive organization. Their sigil is it's red. It's almost always printed in red. Even in the etching in the glass, it's like one of those things that everybody, if you don't want to fuck with the Crimson Talon, you always make sure that their symbols are in red. It is an eye with 3 claw marks through it. It is their symbol for the Talon. Arianti, you've seen the sigil of the Crimson Talon before. It's red with 3 talons. The eye is new. You don't know what that means.
He's gonna show her everything he found, like spread it out on the table. Does that help?
Oh, she grabs it and at the what was it, symbol, and it's like, this looks like our symbol, but it's a little different now. They changed it. And how much does Vero hand Ariente, like, books?
It's dozens of scrolls about all kinds of like the heroic deeds the Crimson Talon does. Is kind of they're renowned. They're kind of a world renowned organization that they're known for monster hunting. That's kind of what their gimmick is. They are world renowned monster hunters. The eye, by the way, is a cat's eye. It's like a horizontal slit with three big claw marks through it. But they're world renowned monster slayers. That's what they do. If you have a monster infestation in your town along this caravan track, you call the Crimson Talon. Those are your go-to. We need to hire someone to handle this monster problem.
Can I sift through the scrolls to find out if I can find any information about what happened to them?
You can. You can make an investigation. You can make an investigation check. It's really tough to succeed at this because the origin of the Crimson Talon is not well known. It's something you're going to have to go maybe visit a guild leader about to be able to learn more information about that.
Did I not learn it when I was with them?
You know their origin, yeah, but the origin of this massive guild, you're not sure how this guild got started. Does that make sense?
It wasn't a guild when I was with them?
It was the beginnings of a guild. You actually were part of one of the very first guilds to ever be created. And so you know their origins for like how these schmoes met each other, but you don't know how the Crimson Talon became official. Like what made them official. You, by the way, have it's a seal that you use for letters. They gave it to you probably as a joke because you were a little kid, but it's a seal that you stamp into wax and it's got the claw marks in it. It's an official seal for the original Talon.
And I have that on me?
Yes, you do have one.
Maybe, is there a way I can, like, specifically look for something about the year that I don't remember and see what was written about them during that time, or is that not included in the scrolls?
It's not included in these scrolls. You'd have to go look at their personal history for, like, what the Talon has said about themselves. If you just look date-wise, what happened around that year, the biggest report is that there was a massive dragon that left the mountain range that was visible about 100 years ago. It's near the time frame that you were there, or should have been there. Massive dragon it apparently destroyed half the town of Phelan, and then it flew south. And there were reports of this beast attacking things, and it kept flying south. But it's kind of this massive creature's almost people know it happened. The town was destroyed and had to be rebuilt, but everyone kind of lost track of it.
Okay, so I see this thing about the dragon. This is the first time I'm hearing about a dragon.
Yes.
So it says something here about some kind of evil dragon that destroyed half of Phelan. About the time that we supposedly died. Do you know about this?
And Vera just goes, oh. The dragon is... Okay. Do you remember when I tried to tell you about how we died?
Oh,
things?
Yeah,
And
I didn't believe you. Sorry.
It's fine. I wouldn't have believed myself, to be honest, if I were at your place. You see, we fought a dragon, and we destroyed its phylactery, and I think it is the same that proceeded to destroy Phelan. He just looks really uncomfortable right now because... Shit.
Can we repeat that? My internet kind of messed up and I only heard
fine.
half.
It's fine. What I said was, like, there was a big dragon, we destroyed it, and we destroyed its phylactery. And there might have been
Okay.
and the same dragon might have gone on to destroy Philan, and he looks himself a little shocked because they managed to piss the dragon off.
You pissed the dragon off. How did you do that?
Shh.
Who left? Oh,
I think, yeah.
Okay. Well, we
So
let's
it's your
just say. No,
So it's,
look,
so it's your fault.
it's your fault.
we let's just say the dragon might have tried to do something really evil. I cannot tell you what it would have created if we didn't destroy the factory, but I'm relatively sure that things wouldn't be as they were now if we didn't. We didn't manage to kill the dragon before he killed us, however.
He killed you? Wait, if the dragon killed you, is that how I died? Wait, was I near you when you guys died?
You were on the way to Philan, said?
No.
When you found her, she was just outside the cavern.
You might have been.
I don't remember. Why can't I remember? It's like a whole year of my life. I can't remember anything that happened. What? How did I even end up there? I don't know. How can I find out? I don't know.
Hug the child.
Yeah, can I try to hug her? Like,
I mean, yeah.
really awkwardly, but I'm sorry this happened to you, and I don't know. Right now, I'm not seeing any chronicles of your party as far as I can read here. However, if I find something out, anything, you'll be the first to know.
Could I ask to look up a certain name from someone in my caravan, maybe some leader or maybe a friend I had in there?
There's not a lot of history. You can try. Again, there's not a lot of history about the guild specifically here. If you want guild-specific information, like the founding members, say, of the Crimson Talon, you would have to go and visit a library or a historian who specializes in guild history.
Looks like there's not enough information here. I have to go find elsewhere to ask. Who do you think I should ask? Bureau?
Probably no, right? So
Someone probably specializing. I mean, clearly this guild is well known. Someone specializing in guild history. You need to find probably someone from the guild itself who probably know.
Yeah, I think he's gonna relay that information. As far as I can see it, either someone who specializes in the history of that guild or a guild member. Who knows, maybe they have their own chronicles.
I keep asking about this, but no one hears of it. I'll keep searching.
I mean, we have a guild now.
Well, that's cool. Became a guild. I'm so proud.
That is something that you can find. They were the original guild. They're the first.
He hooked her, by the way, and let go awkwardly again because...
Pat.
Yeah. Okay, she doesn't do much about the hug, but then she says she's just going to go out and find Sarabi and Pietro.
Ariante?
Yes?
If you need to talk generally about feelings, anything, I'm here, alright?
She gives him a small smile. Thanks. Well, I'm going to go find Sarabi and Pietro. See ya.
Okay. He waves.
Okay.
So she runs out.
We're gonna say, what happens is is Arianti, you actually meet Sarabi in the streets. So like you're running out, you're trying to find wherever Sarabi went. You actually end up meeting Sarabi, and the two of you kind of decide to head back to the inn, and this is where you guys will transition.
Do I find out about the guy? Because I know about it in the second session.
You do know about it in the second session. We're gonna say, for logistics' sake, Sarabi's like, you will never believe what the fuck just happened to me. And
so
then
I don't know yet.
Yeah, so you'll run into Sarabi.
Arian becomes like about to cry from one direction, and Sarah becomes totally freaked out from the other direction.
What's wrong, Sarabi? And then I see Pietro, and he's like chuffing, laughing.
Oh yeah, dog's still having a hell of a time. This funny as shit.
I just went through the weirdest moment of my life. Come on, I'll tell you about it when we walk.
Okay. And so she tells me about it. And then we go back to the inn.
And then you guys will head back. So this is kind of the end of your morning. This is what you guys did in the and then so this is why you're feeling better, Arianti. You are starting to get answers. Sarabi, what happened? What the fuck just happened?
She's totally weirded out. Like, what is happening?
The image I'm gonna post to Discord here in a second is my hand drawing of the Talon, their sigil.
Ooh.
I haven't had a chance to come with a computer generated version, but it's for the most part just like always outlined in red, to indicate the Crimson Talon when it loads. There it goes. That's their symbol.
Oh.
Yep. So it's in a shield.
Because maybe
shield with a cat's eye, and is that like 3 claw marks?
Yeah, it's 3 claw marks. It's supposed to be a dragon's eye, but it's, semantics. My artist skills are doodles. It's supposed to be a reptilian eye, more realistically than a cat's eye. But yeah, so that's what it is.
Ooh.
Nice.
So it's red shield?
Yeah, so like the shield and these claw marks are red. The eye is always done in black.
Is the white of the eyes black, or the just pupil of the eyes black?
Because it's a dragon's eye, it's filled. So like it's not like full Technicolor or anything. So it's the white is supposed to be. It doesn't really have a white because dragons have their pupils fill up their whole eye. So yes. You don't see the whites on the corners or anything. So it's all uniform color with the slit in the middle, but it doesn't have like a pupil around it or something to indicate that there's a white. It's just the slit in the middle, and then it goes all the way through the edges. But this isn't something that gets like full colored, or at least you haven't seen a full color version of it. You just red outlines, red claw marks, black eye, and then the rest is white. Or whatever the background it's printed on is. So like in the glass, it would just be glass. To filler, and then this has like an etching in it that you would see in like the inns.
Oh, I'm gonna keep my eye out for this.
Yep. So there we go. So we've got kind of what Poisoned, so what Sarabi and Arianti's morning was, and so you guys kind of can jump over with the team when you meet them, and hang out with them, and they've done their shopping trip now. So you guys actually kind of ended up back at the inn all at the same time. I think that's how we did it last. How we ended. How you guys bumped into them. So they just finished their shopping trip with meeting Eldath, not Eldath, or I forget how I pronounced his name. Elderoth, I believe. Elderoth. Yeah. So you guys met Elderoth.
He was a cool tailor.
Yeah, he's a cool tailor. So we'll end for you guys, but then we got to do what Pill's been doing this whole time, and then we've got Pill and Vero and the rest of their afternoon. So Pill, you've been looking at history. What specifically were you looking for?
Basically, I want to look at like every historical event that's happened ever since the dragon broke out of the dungeon.
Make me an investigation check.
Right, investigation. Okay, that's a 30. Alright. Natural 20.
Holy shit! You find the history of Faerun. You find Faerun, a history. Like, it's straight up the history of Faerun. It's got some of your guys' like the timeline you're familiar with, and it is straight up a history book that walks you through every major event that has occurred through the last 5 years. It's not as accurate. It doesn't have the last 5 years of history, but everything else is in there. Every big major milestone event. It is literally a history textbook.
Okay, so everything except the last 5 years?
Yeah, the last 5 years, you're gonna have to find a newer version of this book because you are in a library. So if you can find the newest version of this printing, it'll have the current 5 years. But
Alright,
you've got everything.
Alright, so as soon as like Pill's done reading this, like finding out what happened, I'm gonna go down to the lady and with the book, I'm gonna ask her if there's like a newer version of it.
She kind of adjusts she looks at the book, adjusts her glasses. No, we have not gotten the latest edition in a little while. The university, though, should have a copy. You should just be able to go ask them. Normally it's for students, but they do have you can go in if you are part of the public. They just do not linger. Just check out your book and leave. They also, of course, you can find newer copies at bookstores as well and purchase one.
I'm sorry, my headset just cut out for a second.
You can either go to the university and buy and go to the university and see if they'll let you look at their library. They should have a newer copy. Or you can go to a bookstore and just purchase a new one.
Alright, I'm gonna thank her. I'm gonna put the book back. I'm gonna go to Vero. I'm gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna go to the university.
I think you might write those alchemist books down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually, I might follow you in a bit. I just want to look one thing up.
Alright, sure. And then Pill's gonna go to the university.
Yeah, so Pill, though, for the record, you have a much firmer understanding of the linear events that occurred. Kidrith attacked. There was a you know it's Kidrith. They don't. It's not referred to as Kidrith, but there was it was called the Dragon Scare. It's what the period was called, where a massive lich-like dragon was raiding for about 5 years, just destroying towns. It was in this vicious rage. It was destroying towns. One of the places it tried to attack was the demilitarized zone, the do not enter area, but it appeared to have been repelled. I'm sorry, what's happening in the chat? I keep seeing notifications. The history of the world.
After turn around, I guess.
We're just commenting on what is happening.
So he was repelled.
Yeah, so he was repelled from the one location, but he kind of like destroyed some of the towns. He was supposedly beaten off. I use air quotes loosely because there's not a lot of information about how the dragon was left, but he then went to... The dragon was defeated. It's what the history says, officially, in the history books, is that the dragon was defeated. There's a lot of historians who don't think that it actually happened, and that the dragon is still in hiding somewhere, but he hasn't attacked in the last 90 years, so I mean, it's kind of... It's up for debate. Now, granted, a dragon of that size and capacity is likely still alive, if he was not defeated by, supposedly. So, that's kind of what's been happening, that there are these major cities that were kind of attacked by this dragon. Several of the cities pushed them off. The demilitarized zone just happened to be one of them. I believe it's Castle, I have the name of the castle. Pill, you also just know the name of the castle as well, because you're familiar with the area. It's the name. Is that the right one that has the castle name? Why do I not have it on Vero's list, but I have it in yours? Sorry, I'm looking at your guys' histories. And I have the castle listed in Vero's, not in Vero's history. It's Sindara, the Sindarian castle. or Castle Sindara, is the name of the castle that repelled one of Kidrith's attacks. Waterdeep repelled one of the attacks, and to look at the map. Hold on. The other location that repelled the attack was Baldur's Gate, I believe. Yeah. So yeah,
All
so
right.
both so along the whole Sword Coast, you have those. Yeah, Baldur's Gate, Waterdeep, and the Sindarian region repelled Kidrith. And that was towards the end of his attacks, and people believe that he died in Baldur's Gate. That was the last of his attacks.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And did I find out how specifically they repelled him, or?
No, it's general. It's just kind of saying it happened.
Oh, okay.
So that was what happened. Then you kind of got some other smaller wars that have occurred. People infighting, things like that, big, changes in political structure and power. The rise of guilds sort of occurred throughout this time as well, where guild became an official thing. And then it kind of talks about the Industrial Revolution, and how the rise of the Artificer is the era you guys are currently in. It is the era of Artificers, where magic and technology have finally become one, and they are slowly, incorporating it into everyday life.
Okay.
And we've got the construction of the train systems and how they're powered with elementals. Fire elementals are captured and stuck inside the vessels of trains, and that's how they operate. Some of them are trying to convince people that they need to use air elementals because they're less dangerous, but the currently fire ones are the ones that are used to operate trains.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of just you get the history. There's a lot of information here that I can't tell you that I know right off the top of my head, but it's just the general advancement of their society. So you are now familiar with how things kind of occurred here. You don't have the same kind of expertise that Vero does now in the idea of how the technology works. You just get real general briefs of technology that yes, we had a technological advance. Vero knows more details about how that tech works and what those things are. But yeah, so you now have a general understanding of the history.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, and I'm going to go to the university.
And you're going to go to the university. Did you have any other questions specifically about the history that you wanted to look up, that you were like, I wanted to know how this thing worked?
Not really.
Okay. The occurrence of that demilitarized zone, the do not enter area, is not something that's occurred within the last 5 years. It has occurred within the last 5 years. It is not in your history book.
Okay.
So that's more recent.
Alright, well, I'm going to university and see if I can find out anything about that.
Okay, perfect. While that's going on, Vero, what are you doing the last couple little bits in the library?
I wanted to actually find out more about the demilitarized zone. He wanted to look his family name up, what they did in the time.
There's not a lot of information about
There isn't?
that area. Make me an investigation check, because you would think it would be something that would occur because it's a known city. It is officially listed in many books that you've seen as a city, but you have not seen other information listed about this population, about who runs it, about anything like that.
I'm gonna be a little stupid now. Can I cast Enhance Ability on Fox Cunning on myself and the guidance just to... I don't remember.
Yeah, you can stack all of them, sure. So I think you have advantage.
And
you have a plus D, and you get a D4, and you'll get a plus D4 on both.
Investigation, right?
Yes, investigation check.
Okay. Oh man. God damn it. Okay, the higher one was again an 11. There weren't 2 days. Today, on the D4. Oh, god damn it. 11, 14, D4. Yeah, it's a 14. I don't find anything.
Not really. You know the name of the region that whole circle region, it kind of expanded. You kind of can find the history of the expansion of the Sindaria, the Castle Sindaria buying the land around and kind of making it's almost like a sovereign nation, but it isn't considered a nation, but they kind of, they're property owners for this massive kind of region in that area, almost perfectly to that circle, of them just buying up land. It doesn't talk about who owns the castle particularly, just says it's a wealthy couple. Elves. It does say wealthy couple. They're elves. Doesn't mention much about the name. You do see the crest, though. Your family crest keeps occurring in the book, but you don't, in the history, it talks, it's got an image, and this is what their crest looks like, because it's on the letters that come out of the castle. They appear to be a self-sufficient area. Like there isn't a lot of shipment to them. There's not like transactions that are being made and people are shipping things out and things are going in. They appear to try to be like a self-sufficient region. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, so basically what
it's very basic information.
Rolling an 11 with advantage. My rolls are the worst.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
But you recognizing the sigil, you do know exactly who they are, even if you don't see your name or the family name. But yeah. So you don't have any more current history though about it. You can't find anything that's like new. Most of this is old stuff about the slow purchasing of the land around it. Are you heading to the university too?
Yeah, after that I'm gonna head to university too. I was kind of thinking if I could do the druid search in the evening, what I had planned, but sorry, I don't want to capitalize too much time or anything.
Listen, you guys are leaving this library. Did you guys want to leave separately, or did you guys want to leave together? Or is Pill left in advance and then Vero's gonna leave after him?
Yeah.
It depends on how. Okay, yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, because Vera, you kind of been doing some more stuff in the library versus Pill, who just kind of was there briefly. It's like you guys kind of read through lunchtime, because like when Arianti left, that was lunchtime. So this is like mid-afternoon by the time Vera you make it to the university. Pill, you've been there for about an hour already. So what were you doing at the university?
Finding out what happened in the past 5 years.
Okay. You do find you noticed that your dress and demeanor fits the university. Nobody blinks when you walk out of the library. You just walk in and you fit the area. So
an army of fields.
It's almost like it's a school for wizards. So your dress, the style you kind of want your dress in, the fact that you aren't wearing any kind of armors or things like that, you look at the people around you, and you realize most of them are casually using magic. You are in a magic university. This is a school for wizards. So this is a school of witchcraft and wizardry. But yeah, they don't even stop you walking in through the door. You totally blend in with the university. You just walk right into the library. You're not even blinked at. You don't even have to make checks for it. They just don't even. You just fit in. White hair and all. There are several other individuals that appear to have this kind of magic-looking. They've got white hair, or they've got outrageous pink hair, or it's colored weird colors. You see a couple people. There's a girl in the library who appears to be reading and is bored and keeps changing her hair color with prestidigitation. So this is kind of like you've walked into like your people situation, and about half of them look snarky. Just like off the bat, half of them look like they're snarky pains in the ass. These are your people. But yeah, easily you walk in, you find the book because you kind of figured out how the library system works a little bit. So, you kind of you're like, okay, I'll just go to the history section. It takes you a little while to find the book because you're not as familiar with the decimal system that Vero picked up immediately. So you kind of have to search for stuff. But you do find a newer version of this history book, and it does have the last 5 years. So recently there's been a noticeable change in the plague rot.
Okay.
According to the soaring the soaring people, the peoples of the snow. It actually just says the peoples of the snow, the Snowflake Mountains have claimed that the plague rot has been growing for almost 100 years. No one's been really believing them that they've been claiming that this growth, but in the last 5 years there was a massive expansion of the plague rot that was visibly affecting the environment. They've been claiming that it's been slowly creeping, and this is now the effect is just visible to people around them, but this creep has been much bigger. It has been happening for years. It's polluting the land. It's kind of tainting it. It's making it it's killing crops. It's increasing the amount of poisoning in people are diseased. People are getting, there are more locust plagues. There are more just general bad stuff. It is a bad place to be if you're caught in the plague rot. The peoples of the Snowflake Mountain have supposedly been trying to keep it at bay and have been trying to prevent it from spreading, but they are losing the war against the plague rot. There's a lot of ambiguity about whether anybody believes the Snowflake Mountain people, because they are they appear to be anti-technology. They are magic only. Magic is the way you're supposed to live your life. You're supposed to only use magic, and they live up in the mountains, and just kind of their entire world operates using magic and magic alone. They're this technology thing. People view them as though they have rejected magic. You don't actually have a lot of written records of the actual verbatim description of the peoples of the Snowflake Mountain range. There's just not a lot about them.
Alright, well, first things first, I guess I kind of figured out what Vera was trying to figure out since the plague rot.
The plague rot is growing. This is in the south. So the plague rot is that big region in the south. The demilitarized zone occurred about 5 years ago, almost to the T. 5 years ago, a massive civil war broke out where the people attempted to rebel against the landowners of the Sindarian castle. There was claims there have been claims, none of which been corroborated, of undead attacking the revolutionaries. That there was an undead army of some kind that has been used to suppress the peoples. Not a lot's known about it, and then about 3 years ago, a massive magical barrier encapsulated the region. And there is no way in, there is no way out. You can go into the barrier, but no one has left it in 3 years. People have gone in. Wizards of all kinds have gone in. There's actually a research group that's out there, that's posted out there, that is attempting to figure out a way to bring down this arcane barrier. It's clearly, there is a belief that it's correlated to the plague rot, but no one has any kind of real hard evidence for that. But it is death magic. There for sure, it's death magic. Whatever is inside the barrier is bad. People go in, adventurers of all kinds. Many foolhardy younger members of the guild have been going to the Sindarian area and attempting to bring down the barrier, and none of them have been heard from. No one leaves the barrier.
Alright, well, first thing I'm going to do is when I see Vera, I'm going to tell him what I found. I'm also going to tell him about the mountain people. I'm also going to tell him what is going on and where we're from.
Okay, so you two actually kind of sit down in the library. You also don't get weird looks. You get a couple more weirder looks because you look a little like a hippie by comparison.
Yeah. Yes,
but you recognize that this is a school of wizards. No one's stopping you at the door because you're an elf, so you could be a student. You could also be a hippie professor, and nobody could tell. So no one really stops you at the door. You do get a couple more weird looks, unlike Pill, who just walked in totally cash. You were getting some weirder looks, mostly because of your dress. But again, you're an elf, so you refusing to change with the times is normal. Yeah. By the way, you could actually, Vera, you could get away with just wearing your normal clothes and not having to change outfit, and people would just be like, "Oh, he's old."
he's gonna change
Yeah, I figured you would.
He's a progressive elf.
But yeah, but like the older elves are crotchety and refuse to fit modern fashion. That's totally normal. But yeah, you end up at you run into Pill, and you guys kind of have a share of information where you guys kind of share with each other. So you guys are both like well versed in technology, the history of the area, and about the bad shit that's been happening the last 5 years, as well as the information about it's because I think he's old because he's in. You just been hearing about the bad shit that's been happening involving Kidrith right afterwards, or when you guys supposedly died.
Alright.
I see.
So basically, like, after I tell Vero everything, I'm like asking him what he thinks.
Well, I think we should, if we wanna go into that area, we should go in with a plan. I think we might not return either if we act too rashly.
We might have to build up a much bigger group. If not, we have to join a much bigger group. One that is much more involved in this, one that knows what to do.
We might ask people. As far as I've heard, there's already a revolution happening. We might can use that to our advantage.
Well, funny thing about that, the revolution is apparently the rebels are getting attacked by the undead, and they seem to be coming from Zendarian Castle. And the magic barrier seem to have come from that area as well. Did your parents own that?
Yes. Zendarian Castle was my birthplace.
Alright, well, guess we know what to deal with there. Or at least what we think we know.
My parents are necromancers.
Well, I'm a necromancer too, so...
I do believe you're of the much better sort than my parents could ever be. Well, at least we know.
What the old saying goes, fight fire with fire.
We might get a little water with Rose too.
That was cute. I see what you did there. Good job.
Anyway, he might, just to bring himself to other thoughts, because he doesn't like thinking too much about it, or else he's just gonna, I think he's gonna buy alchemist books, like the ones he wrote down.
Sure, yeah, you can find. You'd have to go to a bookstore, but yeah, you could buy them.
But
Yeah.
Vera, you said you wanted to look for druids, right? Well, there's also the mountain people I mentioned. That might be a good starting point.
I might look today, this evening, in the area, and yeah, we definitely have to go there and ask them a few questions.
For all we know, your master could have gone there. If he's still not in the Do Not Enter zone.
Yeah. I hope he is not, anyway.
But those people are the ones who are trying to fight the plague rot. Or at least warning others about it.
Good.
So I don't know if we can help them, but maybe at least find out what they know.
We definitely should.
And I'm also gonna look a little more around here, find some spell tomes, see what I can find.
The spell tomes are actually in restricted area. So the general knowledge and information, the literature about spells and things like that is here. The spells themselves are kept in a locked, secured, gated area, and you have to have you have to give them your ID card and explain why you are going into the secured area.
Okay, alright, I'm gonna look for the information about the spells, see what's new, see what they know, I guess.
A lot of the newer stuff that you're looking at is new stuff relating to alchemy, and new stuff relating to what's the other word? There's alchemists and there's artificers. So a lot of the new science, the new magic that's being discussed is the advances in understanding alchemy, in the creation of potions making, and the advancement of merging technology and moving mechanical parts with magic and runes. So that's where a lot of the focus is of new magic. There has been some discussion of spell blending, which is the ability to take two spells and craft them into a new one. But it's one of those, for the old school arcane users only, have been focusing on how do you spell blend. There's other kinds of little things to pick up. For the most part, I'm not going to say it's a new school of magic that spell blending is, but it's like what it is. It allows you, as a player, if you choose to become a spell blender, you will get to pick two schools of magic. For game terms. You are called a spell blender, where you can craft spells from both schools and use them to have effects in the game, to have varying magical effects. You have to train to do it, though. You have to train to become a spell blender. And for the most part, the way it works is every level, when you get a new arcane trait, you can pick one from either school. That's mostly what it does.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is something that you can stat into. You, Pill, can stat into it if you choose to, but you will have to take time out of your life to actually study it. But that's the newest, arcane thing that's been discovered, is possibly this new... It's the integration of... It's interdisciplinary science. That's kind of what it is. It's interdisciplinary magic, where they're making wizards and stuff work together, which they hate. And then the other new stuff is really just arcane, the use of arcane and mechanics as the artificer, which is a class that you guys can play if you want to, and then the growth of alchemy. Yeah. And how alchemists are this massive debate with alchemists and artificers about who invented gunpowder. Alchemists say they invented gunpowder. Artificers are like, no, we invented gunpowder. And so there's this massive war about who actually invented gunpowder.
I think by Pill's looking, he gets really into alchemy, I think. I want to explain how, why I'm going to choose this to do later, I guess. Sorry.
No, that's cool.
Can I see what's going on in, or outside the restricted area again?
Yeah, it's a fenced-in, secured room that's, got a closed door and a dude who sits at a booth, and there's a switch that unlocks the door, and you have to, go up to him and hand him your key, your ID card, and you have to tell him what your business is, and he flips open the switch, and you can enter the secured room. But it's, for professors and things like that. It's clearly for faculty. It's the benefit of being a professor at this university, because then you have access to all of the spell books that they have, so you can increase what your spell book is. It allows you to copy that kind of information, because that stuff's still super lucrative and hella expensive.
Is there any, can I sense if there's, magic around that area?
Oh, yeah. It's spelled to shit. You don't have to sense shit. There are runes on the door.
On the door.
Yeah, on the door, on the walls, on the floor. Actually, the whole library is spelled, as far as you can tell. The whole damn thing's magical. There's...
Hogwarts.
Yeah, it's totally Hogwarts. The library, for the most part, it's temperature controlled to make sure that the books aren't ruined. It's got a magical, their unseen servant system where you can actually go ask an unseen servant to locate objects for you. That now that you're like looking for it, you find it's pretty much a book caller. It's like going to the computer and looking where the book is, except this thing goes and gets it for you. So it's very much like a full functioning magical library, but like university library.
Damn. If only we had Noemi and Orienti with us. Noemi could snatch like an ID card and Orienti could make me look like that professor.
ID card. So you could go in and steal expensive spells. some Ocean's 11 shit.
I like that idea.
Of course you do. You guys are gonna die. You got so much trouble.
But it will be in a fun way.
It will be a fun death, I won't lie.
It's just a prank, bro.
Before Poe can even try that, after like Will wrote Alchemist books down, he might just say that he goes out and goes for druid in the area. So if he wants to, there's no neutral good druid stopping him.
I'm sorry. Vera literally watched you stare at the spells, and you're kind of like tilting your head, and you're clearly thinking about how do I get in this. Vera's like, I can leave, and then I won't be held accountable for you. You can try it if you want, but like I'm not helping.
I mean, it's neutral good as long as he's not like hurting people. I don't give a me.
Is that laughing good?
That's for you to decide and me to know. But yeah, so Pill, did you want to attempt for any way? You kind of get a vibe for how you're supposed to get into the library, into the secured room. It appears to have a number limit about how many people can be in the restricted room. It's like 4 people are allowed to be in there at a time. But it is like heavily guarded. At least there's one guard, and when I mean heavily guarded, I mean the room itself is heavily spelled.
There's no way I could pull it off by myself.
No.
Maybe
for a fact that your brain goes, I'd die.
Yeah, so
you take one look at that door ward, and you're like, oh, that's a ward of sealing. If I try to open that without access, it explodes. You don't even have to. You just know what that rune is. That's what that rune means. You're like, it'd kill me.
My headset literally just cut off again.
Oh, I said the rune on the door that's etched. The really visible one is a ward. It's a ward rune. It explodes if you try to open it without knowing the keyword, or in this case, having the guy open it for you. It's visible and well known and very clear what it is. It's not trying to be disguised at all to what this ward does, because it's the massive deterrent that says if you try to break the door open, it blows up.
Mm-hmm.
It's the big warning. It's the big sign that says "Do not press." In this case, it says "Do not steal."
Not touching.
If only like the rogues were around. God damn it.
I know, it's a tragedy. I'm almost glad I separated you guys, because I'd be getting to a lot more shit. There'd be a lot more me being like, no, okay, now you're gonna die. Yeah, and now half of you guys are gonna have to try to break in here. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, so Vero, you and I'm assuming Pill, you're gonna give up on this endeavor for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna give up.
Okay, we're giving up on the breaking into to steal spells currently. But Vera, you want to see if you can find druids in the area.
Yeah.
Is there a specific location you want to look for, or are you just going to kind of wander through the street, see if something jumps out at you?
I might... Honestly, I think he has a better chance at the outskirts of town.
That's true.
Just so, like, he can get in the woods, not too deep. I don't want to Run into
there's-
encounters, hello?
There is a small... Actually, the wooded area that you remember when you approach that side is gone. The woods that were there, there was like a small wooded area that you guys kind of jogged through that were the outskirts of the town. It's gone. There's no longer a wooded area near the town.
Oh.
Yeah, because the industrial kind of growth of the town kind of destroyed the forest, and it's kind of become paved.
Something like a blaze druids will be.
There are. Make me a survival check, because like you're wandering towards the edge of town, and you like, oh shit, there are no trees. It's by the way like late afternoon. Like you guys are like it's like 4 or 5 p.m. So it's starting to get dark for you guys. You also haven't had lunch.
Do I have still the? I don't have the fox gunning active still. Do I?
No, that lasted. That probably wore off.
I might cast. God damn it! Might cast it again. I don't trust my rolls anymore.
Oh. Yeah, you can if you want to.
That's the second level second spell. I think I have like 3.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So I'm gonna do that in guidance again because I don't trust my rolls.
Because it's a cantrip and I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a survival check. So you roll at advantage, and you also add a d.
Okay. Okay, that's actually better. I would just saying if I didn't cast it, I would have rolled a critical failure.
Oof. Oof.
And nature was
It's survival.
a survivor. Sorry.
It's okay.
God damn it. That's 3. 16. Oh! That's nice. 20.
Nice. Okay. You find there is a farm. It's like a neighborhood garden. While you were wandering through town, you actually guys wandered into the residential area, so it's kind of like the residential district. It's got a lot more of the kiddier looking more children-esque decorations. So the skulls are not as stark. They look much more they look younger. They're cartoony, I guess is a better way to say it. They look more cartoony. They're, kind of softer looking skulls. There's still some color here. There's less stark black and white. But you guys are actually starting to see younger children placing, carved gourds out in front of their houses. Almost
Gotta
every
be a
house.
festival thing.
Yeah, almost every house has one of these carved gourds. They've got faces in them. Some have pictures. Some have, but every single house has them. It's like every house has a carved, and next to it is always a skull and a bird mask or a bird symbol of some kind or another. It's always the pumpkin and then a skull and a bird mask. And they're all in sets. And some houses have multiple pumpkins, but every house has at least one. Every house has a car. But yeah, so you guys are kind of wandering around, and so you're in the residential district. Come across a community garden. So it's a big plot of green area that's some of it's grass, so it looks like it might be like a picnic area, but then the other half of it is for plants to grow in greenery boxes. They're clearly garden boxes. They're big ones. They've got labels and things like that. And as you walk by, Vero, there is a snow plant. It's bright red. It's a sturdier, short, stubby-looking plant that you are familiar with because it lasts through the winter, and you guys are in fall. So you've got this sturdy little plant that will last through the winter, and it has a name. The plant says, it's what you read when you look at it with Druidic.
Mm-hmm.
It says, Mission. It's what the plant's called. It's what the structure of the snow plant says Mishan. What you read.
Can you spell it out? Sorry.
Yeah, just a second, because I made up the word. I got to spell it real quick.
You found the button is good.
Meeshia.
Meeshi?
IA.
Misha.
Misha.
Misha. Okay. Huh,
Alright.
interesting.
Well, I would cast comprehend languages, but it seems you understand it.
You don't know. Pill. You have no idea. Vero noticed that this is a sign at all. It looks like a short red plant to you. You have no idea that it is even a language you need to comprehend. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I have no idea.
Yeah, you don't know that Vero noticed this at all, because the way we discussed how Druidic works, this is just fun fact for everybody, the way Druidic works is that you Druid craft a plant, and the way you craft the plant into life, if you are a Druid, you can read that certain number of leaf pattern structure. It grows in a certain way that says something. So, Vero, being a Druid, has the ability to recognize plants and read the language that Druids put in them. So that's how Vero is interpreting this. This is a plant to everybody else except another Druid. Only another Druid who knows Druidic would be able to read this as a sign that says something.
The real rogues.
Yeah. This is some like legit secret shit. That only Druids understand, but like other Druids can put warning signs like, hey, you're about to walk into poison oak, but they put it as a flower. There's just a flower that grows there now permanently that says this is poison oak, and every Druid walks by and goes, oh shit, poison oak, I'll walk off the road. But only Druids do it!
So, like, Phil, see, like, Vera making any expression, or?
I don't know.
Just kind of curiously, because right now he doesn't know what to do with this. So, yeah, the plant has a name. Kind of adorable, actually.
The plant is telling you a name. You don't know if that's specifically the name of the plant, but it is the name that's associated with the plant.
Alright,
then.
So, Vera, did you find anything?
Well, I did find something.
What did you find?
Let's see. A name.
What's the name?
He's gonna...
Misha? Yeah.
He's allowed to tell Pill, right?
Yeah, it's a name, it's just a word. Yeah.
I just read somewhere, like, you're not allowed to... I don't know.
There's no rule against sharing what those symbols mean. It's just it's considered a faux pas to teach a non-druid Druidic. Does that make sense? So you're not going to teach him how you know that it says a name, but you can tell him what it says. I mean, like, if you're traveling with your party and you see the Poison Oak sign, you'll be like, oh, nah, I'll let him walk into Poison Oak. That'll be funny. So, like knowing that you know this language is fine. It's teaching someone who's not a druid the language that's an issue.
The funny thing is, Sarabi and Miro might leave each other messages later. just plants.
Yup. Communicate via plants.
So Misha is like in a stretch to see if I ever encountered that name while researching.
No, it's not a name that you've come up specifically, but there are lots of people that are kind of hanging out in the neighborhood you could ask. But again, it is getting late.
Yeah.
Well, someone put this plan here, and if you can read it, they're obviously a druid, like you. They're probably in hiding, so I don't know if it's going to be an easy way to find them.
I am not even sure if... If that person is a druid, you might not even find any kind of chronicles of them in some kind of public library, because well. I
Well,
technically I have no official papers either.
Okay. I'm gonna rephrase the symbol that you found. It's not particularly hidden. Like the plant's in plain view for any druid to walk by to see.
Okay.
Vibe of the plant that you are seeing that's sitting in front of these planters is like a signpost that says, "This is my garden."
Oh, can
So
I ask
like-
maybe around if there's a Misha in here?
Yes, you can. I'm sorry, just wanted to clarify. This was more of like a, hey, this is my garden. I'm just putting my name on it. This was not like a secret or hidden message. Yes, you can. Someone, you can stop there's a woman just kind of walking by. She's just kind of poking her head through the garden. She's just kind of walking through the garden, and you can ask her if you'd like.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you?
Hello. I just a simple question. Really. Do you know of any Misha?
Oh, yeah. Granny Misha. She lives. This is her garden. She kind of takes care of it. Teaches the neighborhood kids, how to grow plants and things like that. And she's a real lovely old lady. She probably can't find her this time of night. She probably went to bed. She goes to bed fairly late. Fairly early in the night.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. But she just lives down the block. Can't miss it. It's got a bright pink door. She just loves pink. She's a big pink door. Got a big sign. Got butterflies on it. It says Grammy Mishan. He's over that way. She kind of points you down to where Misha lives.
Okay, I might do that later because she probably went to sleep. So, honestly, I think for me, that's about it. If it's dark enough, Beth, how often did you say that constellation was showing itself? In what kind of rhythm is it? Every century, every million years?
Which one?
The one that we walked into when we kind of got into the tomb. The one that happened when the dragon tried.
The crazy constellation?
Yeah.
Oh damn, I don't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to go listen to the audio again. I don't remember exactly.
Oh no, I was just asking because 100 years exact on the day and there's a festival going on. I was just thinking.
Yeah.
So,
sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll have to look into it. So meet up next time. I can tell you.
It's fine. It's actually about it. Sorry, I didn't want to monopolize anyone's time. I just had so many stuff I wanted to find out.
No worries. Was there anything else either Pill or Vera wanted to do before they head back to the inn?
I don't know. Vera, what do you think?
I mean, it's getting late, and the person I wanted to ask a few things probably is asleep right now, so I'd head back. Personally.
Alright, yeah, let's head back.
Okay, you guys head back to the inn, and that's where we're going to end for tonight for you guys, because the next session will be the evening of this second day and possibly the next day. But this evening, as you guys will learn when you meet back up with the rest of your group and when this episode comes out and you learn about what they did, they learned more about the festival, and this is going to be a carnival-style festival. So you're going to have it's going to be an event where it's not just a parade and people partying. There are going to be things and prizes you can win and events and things like that. It's going to be very active, so that it will be a group where you guys will all get to be together and you guys will do your event, and then the next day, if you want, you guys can start buying your armor and looking into the guilds, and you guys have a lot of information to give to each other, kind of thing. So this should be cool. I can't. That's a great gif. But yeah, so the next week we should play in October, and I managed to line it up accidentally perfectly that you guys will be playing the festival fall game in October. Yeah, so you guys will be doing the Halloween event in October. So the gifts that you're posting are fantastic. But yeah, so that's all I've got for tonight. And we can get started with the festival next time with all of you guys making it back to the apartment or back to your guys' inn together, and you guys can get dinner before the real festivities pick up.
Okay.
Okay. So if you guys,
we
what's
got to
up?
exchange information because
Yes, massive information exchange.
There's so many things we have to do. So many.
We gotta plan a heist.
But yeah, so there's a lot to do in Phelan for you guys that you guys have kind of like found little whispers of all kinds of things you need to learn about. Yeah, so that's that for the evening. I'll probably post a poll sometime